Utility Advisory Committee meeting. So I guess just the formality of confirmation of posting and roll call. So we've got a nod that the posting has been done, and we have, well, let me just do a quick roll call, and then I won't mangle anybody's name. So I got Ned
Chamo here.
Larry Carr.
Marty Reel.
Andy Anderson. Greg Todd.
So we are missing Eileen and Howard. So we have a quorum. So let's, if we can do the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, so then we will open up the public comment. Was there anything emailed or called in? Okay. So, and I don't see anybody in the audience, so we will go straight to the phone line. What's that?
I'm putting it up right now.
Okay, no problem. So the number is 702-589-9629. We'll just give it about a minute or so for somebody to call in, and then we will continue on if there's no comments. Okay, not hearing any comments, and we will have another comment period at the end of the meeting if anybody has, if I missed anything. So we will go on. Was there any changes or modifications to the agenda? Joe?
Yes, Chairman Carr, I just want to make a note for items 3 and 4. We will be swapping those, so replace item 3 for 4.
So okay, gotcha. Okay, and we have a little bit of time restraint. Most people would think that it's plenty of time, but we do need to be out of here. I guess by about 5 would be the best. The only reasons I say that is we do have a lot of data to go through today, and so if I have to cut anything off, that's the reason being, just trying to keep things moving forward. Hopefully we can keep some of the beginning ones done and sort of shorten up the end if we have to. So any other comments from the committee in relation to the agenda? Okay, so then we will go to agenda item number 1 for possible action, approval of the March 1st, 2003 Utility Advisory Committee meeting minutes. Does anybody have any comments on the meeting minutes? Okay, I didn't see anything, so make a motion to approve the minutes from March 1st, 2003.
Second that motion.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. That passes unanimously. So then we will go to item number 2. Are we ready with the Raftellus presentation? Joe?
Yes, I believe we have Raftellus on the phone, or I'm sorry, on via Zoom, and they're going to be presenting their draft presentation, the draft results of the ongoing utilities rate study.
Do you have anything to lead into, Joe, with that?
I just want to say that we put a lot of effort into this, staff and the committee members' questions and the consultants. So we're happy with the progress that we've made, and I'm really looking forward to the presentation and the discussion.
Thank you. Did any of the committee members have any comments before we start? No. Okay. So I guess whenever he's ready, then we can start?
Okay, can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to share the screen with the presentation here. Okay. And I guess I'll see it on my side too, which is fine. Here. Okay, now you should see it expanded.
Let's see, we got a copy.
Looks good, Colin.
Okay. And I'm just flipping to a hard copy here that I've got in front of me too. Okay. Well, just introduction if anyone's watching that hasn't seen the earlier discussion. My name is Colin Dratt. I'm a senior manager with Raptellus, and I'm the project manager for the electric water and wastewater rate study. So that's who's speaking. So just to go over an agenda here for the discussion, we'll just touch on the focus areas more for review, a summary of some preliminary recommendations based on the discussions that we've had to this point, both our initial meeting with the committee as well as discussions with staff. And then we'll review the financial plans, which really are there to determine the overall level of revenue that we need to sort of develop the rate structure recommendations and just kind of that multi-year financial plan, which will inform the rate structure as well as where that could potentially go in the future over the next few years. We'll look at some example bill impacts and then review next steps. I don't have a separate kind of Q&A at the end. I'm assuming we'll just kind of tackle that throughout by slide. So moving on to the focus areas. Again, we're looking at basically two things. It's sort of revenue sufficiency for each fund. How much overall revenue do we need? And then rate structure. So just looking at, are there ways that we can change the rate structure in a sort of revenue neutral way that will recover the same level of revenue, but better meet our objectives? So just to kind of give some of those ideas right up front so you can see where things are going, and then we'll be sort of going through these things in more detail. We are looking at adjustments to revenues for each fund, and we'll kind of talk about how we get there just overall. And then we're also recommending that we do continue to maintain our overall fund balance above the 20% minimum, just due to a lot of moving parts that we have going on, both in terms of revenues and expenses, predominantly for water and electric, but also there may be some impacts on wastewater. So just making sure that we don't go down to the absolute minimum over the next few years, knowing that there are a lot of kind of moving parts in terms of the financial direction of the three utilities. In our prior study, we talked about making additional payments on the raw water line debt, which sort of made sense when the interest rates are relatively low. But now the rate actually looks much better in the current interest rate environment. It may make sense to hold off on making those additional payments and actually make use of that cash to do other things rather than making additional additional principal payments, excuse me. The fourth one is unbundle power supply and purchase water costs from the electric and water rates. So pull out those components that we don't necessarily have direct control over, and that can add the ability to adjust those as needed and also add transparency for customers. And we'll talk about what that might look like and some options for that. We talked about restructuring the block rates for electric and water to encourage conservation. So we focused on the residential block rates for that. and we'll show you what we came up with for that. And then the fixed charges for water, we have fixed charges by meter size, but they don't quite align with what you'd expect, with based on AWWA practices. So we'd recommend making some changes there so that the relationships between the relative charges by meter size are kind of more in alignment with industry practice. No change to the city rates, and that's essentially something that we would recommend getting sorted out over time. Currently on water and electric, the city pays the wholesale cost of water and power. And we do think it would be a good idea to consider over time getting the city up to full cost. But we also have to recognize that there are costs to the city's general fund to provide services to the utilities as well. And that would need to be studied to make sure that that relationship makes sense. So the other thing is those increases are not incorporated at this point into the current budget, is my understanding. And that would be a substantial increase in the utility costs to the general fund, especially for water. The eighth one is looking at the net metering policy and agreements, and just making sure that we are giving folks credit for our avoided costs in terms of power, but that we're not shortchanging ourselves on recovery of the cost to deliver power to customers via our delivery system.
Colin?
Yep.
If we can stay on that one for a minute, and I'll try to make this brief, and then
Sure.
probably come back to more of these issues. But the one thing I'd like to start now, so maybe it can be expanded on as you do go through the aspect, is number 7, no charge to the city rates, no change. Both resolutions actually have in the resolution that the city pays the wholesale. So if I'm looking at the Raftillus rate study properly, they're showing that it's flat out for the 5 years, and that does not, flat wholesale, that does not meet, and that's actually a flat wholesale from prior year, not even the current year, or what I understand the resolution has. So the budget actually should have some, and I will ask about that in the budget agenda, but it should not be flat. And so that's one thing I think we should change, possibly in this recommendation and in the rate study, is to show that the city actually pays the full wholesale cost, not the whole retail, but the whole wholesale in the resolution. So we might need to modify the resolutions to make sure that it's totally clear, but the water resolution does state they pay the wholesale. The energy resolution says it was used the average from the year prior. So what I see in the study is that it's 3.87 cents going forward, and I believe that should be changed. Minimally, you would see fiscal year 24 as 4.9, because that would be your average for fiscal year 23. And if we use actuals, that might even be different. So those are things I just wanted, maybe as you go through, that can be talked about.
Yeah, and we can definitely touch on that. And I guess what we would want, and it's a good thing we're having this discussion at this point, is to, I guess the intent would be, there's kind of two pieces, right? It's just the wholesale cost at this point. So that's one piece. It's not the same as, say, the commercial rate, which you'd see other places. And then the other is just kind of confirming what rate is going to be charged going forward, and making sure that we have that appropriately reflected, because obviously not as big of a difference on water, but a pretty big difference on electric in terms of the actual average cost and where that would go versus versus the 3.8 cents. So I think confirming that would be good, and just making sure that we understand that policy and that's reflected in there. And then obviously to the extent that it's higher than what I've shown in the draft, then that would reduce the needs that we would need from the other rates. So
Right.
I appreciate that.
Little bit comment. So, and I just want to clarify that and make sure that if anybody in the committee, if I misunderstood and if I'm not representing it properly, but since the beginning of, that when we started, we have all agreed that, I believe it's been unanimous, that the city should only pay wholesale. We don't think they should pay retail. We're a net cost. There are things that the city does, so we don't really think they should do retail. It's just a matter
Right.
of being full wholesale. And so that's,
Appropriately reflecting the wholesale. Yeah, and that may be, it sounds like it will be sort of a broader budget discussion for confirmation, and will reflect whatever the direction is on that. And I guess by no change, we were sort of thinking that the policy of the wholesale piece versus the full rate. But whatever we will be charging going forward, obviously makes sense to include that, and then make sure that appropriately offsets what we would need from the other rates. So noted.
Yeah,
thank you.
And Colin, to just kind of jump in, we are looking at that, kind of to get the wholesale rate to what it actually is currently, and I think that could be touched on in the budget discussions, and we'll keep you updated with
Sure.
with that if that's something that we're able to really pursue.
Yeah, that would be helpful to know, and I think this is a good point of clarification that I think we're on board with moving forward with at least the wholesale cost at whatever appropriate level that is, and it may and however you get there, and then maybe recognizing that we don't charge the full rate, but we also don't necessarily include the full cost of general fund services provided to the utilities. So maybe the two pieces sort of shake themselves out from that perspective. So no argument from our side on that. We'll just stay tuned on where that component lands.
Yeah, just hopefully we can get it done before the final, so we can
Yes.
get it
Yes.
in the deal.
Yep.
And on number 8, just to clarify, if you going into more detail later, then I won't take any much time up. But I think number 8, the net metering. Do you guys have any suggestion on if there's anything modification to the resolution is needed or helpful, or do you have any suggested verbiage?
We can work on the language there a little bit. I don't have a detailed slide on this, as you've seen. I think the key is just maybe two things. One, I should back up a little bit and say I have agreements there. I think we would want to be careful if we change the policy to at least consider grandfathering in existing agreements, because what you don't want to do is change something that would significantly impact those customers who have basically sort of made an assumption that they would get a certain sort of arrangement, and then you've basically undone it. And they may not have done what they did had they known what kind of policy they were under. So I think that's something that you have to be careful about. We can look at the verbiage. I think just the key is just to make sure that we're really isolating the power supply cost and just providing credit against that, as opposed to letting any of that sort of leak over into the recovery of our delivery costs. And we could do that whether we unbundle the rate or not. Pulling that out may make it a little maybe more of a one-to-one connection between, say, the energy charge that everyone pays, and then sort of the benefit for generating your own power. We can definitely look at the language and make some suggestions there. Obviously, I haven't included anything in this presentation, but I think the key is just making sure that we're focused sort of on our avoided cost, as opposed to letting that impact the recovery of our delivery cost.
No, I totally agree that
Yep.
you'd want to grandfather something in, and it was just a matter
Yep.
of that with the recommendation, and I guess later on I'll ask, not understanding what the final results of. So if I see the last slide correctly, reading the very last slide correctly, it's stating that final results will be given on the 26th, and I just don't know what to do. So we can talk about that, what to expect that will look like.
Right.
And so
Yeah,
we
sure.
can- we can talk about that later, but that's the reason I'll just bring it up now, because solar, my understanding, this net metering is the only place that we're talking about solar, and it is like you said, I didn't see any slides, and so I was just wondering what the impact, what your suggestions were. But yeah, there's a lot of things that probably go, and maybe it just has to be this resolution is
Right.
doesn't do much, and we have to keep going forward.
Well, I guess just before you move on, the other thing I would say is just what we may need to think through is sort of, well, we can talk through what gets presented. Maybe it's resolution language, in addition to sort of the proposed rates, at that point too, because this wouldn't have, especially if you grandfather a massive financial impact. It's more just kind of an impact on the resolution language and ensuring it's clarified.
Right, and all I'm trying to do is help the city, because
Sure.
if you get too much solar, if you get too much rooftop solar, it could be detrimental to
Right.
trying to collect the revenues and keeping the infrastructure and all that sort of stuff. So
Sure.
it's just one thing to try to get everybody to understand. I'm just looking for facts. I'm not trying to make a change or hurt the citizens at all.
Sure.
But on that also, so the other one, I'm sorry, that is on this, that I don't see that it was on the previous slide when you talked about multifamily. So the water, multifamily billing, I didn't see any slides on that also. So are you going to talk any more about that or not?
So we can certainly touch on that when we get to the fixed charge discussion.
Okay.
I guess to maybe allude to that briefly, and then we can talk about it more when we get there. Is my understanding was that it was really there's the main focus was sort of the issue of how the customers are billed, whether they're billed individually or billed as a group or billed to the landlord. So if you keep the charge per unit, which is sort of what we've shown, it doesn't necessarily impact the answer. If we wanted to go, and we can certainly have that discussion, I was actually kind of taking a look at it not too long before we got on the call here. If we wanted to go with something like charging the master meters, we would have to figure out where to recover that difference, because it would reduce the revenue that we're getting from that group now. So right now, I'm assuming it's sort of a change in billing policy, that we would essentially, instead of billing folks individually, we would bill the owner of the multifamily property. So that's more of a policy change as opposed to a structure change.
Well, in my presentation, and I don't mean to be arrogant about it, I'm just saying that it has been presented to the committee as a possibility, is that one way to look at it is that you would charge the master meter for the Boulder City, you would charge the master meter for everything. But a good example is like a trailer court. The trailer court infrastructure is paid for by the trailer court. The individuals pay the trailer court and their rent for the infrastructure. So the Boulder City cost doesn't really apply to each individual trailer, or not necessarily. It would definitely be looked at. But the Southern Nevada Water Authority, probably all water customers should pay that, because that's something that all the water customers should pay, and the metered cost would not collect enough. So that's the thing that I was trying to break out, and I think the committee had talked about before. So I was hoping that, so we might not have time too much to go into that detail, but you wouldn't be losing all of your costs, but you'd be losing some. So if I understand the facts, you're looking at about 170 some meters so you'd be going, I thought it was only about 1,700 customers. I saw in your packet it was around 2,000. So these are things that we would definitely want to get. So it's a structural aspect as well as a policy aspect, and I think a lot of it was the way that the resolution was changed a couple years back, changed it to make it more confusing on how it was billed. So that definitely needs to be looked at. But there are several
Right.
components we want to look at.
Yeah, and we can talk about that. I think it may be easier to have that table in front of us. So I'm going to note that for when we get to that slide, if that's okay.
No, that's good. And I didn't mean
yeah.
to interrupt as much here.
No.
Just
It's
to-
I think it's good for me to. This is part of why I put this at the beginning, so that when we get there, I think it's helpful to kind of think through those issues. So I'm totally okay getting a preview of your thoughts on these 8 things, and then I can give you a preview of my thoughts, and then we'll get to each one. So that's totally fine.
Okay, appreciate it, because
Yep.
I thought we might we'll go, my thought would be is to try to, I wouldn't ask as many questions until maybe like the midpoint of where we start the discussion, then decide if you want to stop there and go back, or if you wanted to go all the way through, then go back. So we can talk about that, but I just wanted to get a few points out in the open first.
Yep. Yeah. No, I don't. Yeah, that's totally fine.
Anybody else on the committee have any comments on the recommendations?
Just got a question. How do we clarify grandfathering? When we talk about grandfathering the customers of any manner, way, shape, or form, how do we, is there guidelines, is there a time frame, is there resident passed on, resident to father, son, you know,
Well, I
is
think
there a
what,
limit, is there a limit to how it works? I understand what grandfathering is.
Right. Yeah.
But I've always seen it where it goes on forever, or it has limits.
oh, I see what you're, whoever, because usually you can just say from this point on, but I guess I see what you're saying if it passes on. But I think that's the thing that we could just look at the resolution and
Right.
try to, and figure that out once we go. And that's where I think hopefully we have a role in that, in the resolution to say, what does it look like before it's in what's still in draft form.
Perfect, thank you.
Yep. No, I think that makes sense. And what you've identified is where I was going, which is that there's probably a range of options there, ranging from you don't grandfather it, you just change it, to, once someone has an agreement, it just exists in perpetuity, which I don't think you'd want to do, because the ideal would be, having everyone on the optimal policy at some point. It's just how quickly do you get there? That's really just, that would be just making sure that that's appropriately reflected in the resolution at that point. So, okay.
Well, one thing you might want to, and maybe you're going to talk about this too, this is Ned Schammel, but for the solar, there are some advantages to the city, and that needs to be taken into account when you decide how you're going to handle that. For instance, in the summertime, you can count on, right now there's about a megawatt of solar in this town. That basically means that's a megawatt of peak capacity you don't have to go out and buy, which can be quite a bit of money. So you need to factor those kind of costs into some of the advantages in having a lot of solar.
Right. Okay.
Thanks, yeah, so,
Yep.
thank you.
Okay. So in terms of the financial plan, it's really just, we're kind of overview some of the key assumptions, and maybe just starting with the process. So there's a kind of what we want to end up with is an understanding of where our expenses are going and where our revenues are going in the absence of sort of any adjustments. So, kind of where do we project our expenses to go? What does our cash flow look like, basically by utility, and then how do our existing revenues stack up against our expenses? Because ultimately, we're going to determine the amount of revenue that we need to cover all of our costs, and then that sort of overall pie will sort of inform our target for the actual rate structuring itself. So just some considerations. We have that, target, or that sort of minimum of 20%. The other thing that we've sort of proposed in terms of the way to look at the funds is to really look at them as a whole. So one thing that we noticed, and I think this is predominantly due to the increase in purchase power, but the water and wastewater funds are in very good shape in terms of their existing balance, as well as in general, as compared to their costs. And the electric fund is sort of the opposite. Its revenues really aren't meeting its costs. So the thought there was rather than immediately, increasing electric rates to where they may need to be, sort of trying to get there over time, recognizing the fact that, most customers receive all the services, that it's one fund, it's reported as one fund. So trying to sort of smooth into getting the funds aligned with where they need to be. The financial plan envisions unbundling the rate, and we'll talk about exactly what that could look like and what we've sort of assumed for the purposes of this discussion, unbundling the power supply and the purchase water cost. And then we've incorporated solid waste into the overall projections, but there's really nothing to do there other than just recognize that it's one of the other funds and that it kind of informs the overall financial picture. So those are the kind of high level considerations. So in terms of the baseline revenue, there's really three things going on there. One is this idea of unbundling, and then the second two are related to where we expect our account growth and usage to go. So in terms of unbundling, if we did what we're suggesting, or at least a consideration, I should say, is that one option is we could essentially do a direct pass-through of our costs. And if we did that, then our revenue would equal our power supply and purchase water costs. And we can talk about the details on that. We'll get to that kind of in a few slides. But when we look at these plans, we're basically assuming that we're going to set those rates to recover what we expect our costs to be. And on the water supply side, on the SNWA supply side, we do get kind of advance notice on where that rate will go, and then at least in the past, and we can talk about how this might change and what we might need to do in response, but we got our budget for power supply in advance, and we knew exactly what we were going to pay. So if we unbundle, what we would do is basically set the rates and adjust the rate, that component of the rate as needed to recover the cost. So that's kind of a presumption in the revenue. The alternative would be we basically set the revenue overall where it needs to, where we want it to be, and then any differences up or down in power supply or purchased water would essentially be reflected in kind of our cash flow. So it wouldn't adjust automatically. We would need to set the rates to recover what we expect the cost to be, and then whatever happened would kind of be reflected in the cash flow component. So I think I mentioned those two things. So basically, if we unbundled, we'd have an energy rate and a supply rate, and then we would have a delivery charge, which recovers our internal costs. And then our current projections assume that we're passing through those costs. So the revenues actually sort of mimic the projected cost. In terms of the other two components, account growth and usage, we do have the ability to grow at a limited pace. So we have assumed some kind of nominal account growth, at least on the residential side. And then usage in general, we've kind of kept that flat, knowing that we may add some accounts, but we'll also probably see some conservation. There are some specific adjustments that we've made in terms of the conversion of the golf course volumes to raw, the current golf course that's on the potable water, and as well as a reduction for that usage that would be required to meet the water budget for that course. And then for Cascada, we've assumed a similar reduction that would be required to meet their water budget. And then again, on the wastewater side, there's really not too much is billed based on volume, but on the commercial side, we'd assume that conservation would essentially trend with account growth. So the one, sorry, was someone going to jump in?
I think you're good, Colin.
Well,
Okay.
actually, is this a good time to talk about some of the factors, the growth and the things related to this slide, or better when you break it down in some of the other aspects?
I'd say go ahead, and I'm not exactly sure where you're going, but maybe go ahead and get.
Yeah, okay, let me give you some
Yeah.
basics then, and,
Yeah.
and then if you're going to cover it, then I won't take the
Sure.
time.
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead.
So some of these might sound picky, but I believe they have effect on the rate. For instance,
Mm-hmm.
residential, the 0.5% might sound like nothing, but actually, I think what needs to be considered, and I didn't see that it was there, is that you've got, I would sort of label it as regular growth, which is very low growth in Boulder City, to major construction. And major construction would be like a track development like what they did with Storybrooke and around near the golf course of BC. So at that time, we did, what was it, 30 to 90 or 60 or something in a specific year. So there was a lot more done where I think, and that's what that'd be nice to know, is you might only be doing about 20 houses a year because they're all private and you don't have any major houses. So you're going to actually have less residential growth than you even think, even though 0.5% doesn't seem like much. And then on the usage, when you're talking about electrical, and then you're talking about conservation on the water and electrical and water, and then you're going to keep that flat, actually, I think you need to look at out in the future, somewhere out in 26 or so, maybe even as early as 25, that your higher amounts and related to your high tiers, we're trying to get conservation, we're going to charge more for the higher tiers. I think you're going to start conserving. So I don't think we want to take a flat amount of energy and take it out 5 years and more. I think we want to look at reducing a little bit because we're probably going to have conservation, because so that's going to mean you're going to get less revenue. So those are things that I would really like to look at before the final, if possible. And then the other thing is on the water. So I think to help clarify it for the rest of the committee, if I understand correctly, the numbers that are being reduced are actually higher than compared from the 6 to the 6.3 to the 4, because they have to get down to the 4. So these numbers aren't the 30-some% reduction that is needed to go from 6.3 to 4. It's actually more because to get them down to the 4. So is that understanding correctly, Joe?
Yes, that's correct.
So it's just in case somebody does the math like I did, it seems like it would be higher than what was asked for. So I just wanted to clarify that for the committee. So that's it.
Yeah. Sorry. A point taken on the growth and usage. I think one thing we could do is look at, is there anything out there in terms of kind of incremental development that could potentially happen. And I guess if 0.5% is our historical experience on average, what you're suggesting is that if that includes that sort of chunk development, then the actual sort of regular growth would be somewhat less than that. So that's something we could dig into and maybe make an adjustment there. I think that makes sense.
Yeah, if you look at 17, at 2017, one way to gauge it is that you'll see that you have a lot less hookup fees. And then it's either 2018 or 2019, they started the Storybrooke and they've had it. So yeah, if you're looking at from 2018 or 19, that's all got what I would call major growth in it. So you would have to go a little further back to say what was actually happening and what do we actually expect. Because it also reflects, we can bring that up later in some of the slides, the hookup fee, especially for water, we might be expecting too much, because if we're not going to have any major growth, then you're not going to have the hookup fees either.
Right, and I guess that's a question, that's something we should confirm is just what that number is and what the assumption is, and just make sure that everyone's sort of collectively comfortable with that component of what we would call sort of non-rate revenue, where we incorporate it into the forecast, but is everyone comfortable with the amount of actual, or making sure those things are aligned and make sense?
Yep, the actual change and what we actually expect to get for revenue is, yeah, we agree. I appreciate that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep, no problem. So in terms of operating expenses, we are working with the fiscal 24 budget, and I think we had a version of that uploaded to SharePoint. That's one thing that we will be trying our best, knowing that we're sort of going back and forth between the city developing its budget and us receiving it and making sure it's all updated. So appreciate your patience on that. As you review the model, we'll try to keep it as updated as we can. Obviously, when things are finalized, we'll use as final a number as we have. But we're starting with the budget, which is our expectation for expenditures for next year. And then from there, really the question is just what do we expect in terms of inflation kind of moving forward? So we have kind of normal adjustments for personnel costs. We have a general inflation assumption of 2.5%. So that's applied to basically everything that's not personnel or the big costs for purchase power and purchase water. And that number sort of aligns with long run expectations from entities that publish forecasts on this. We use the Philadelphia Federal Reserve number. They publish inflation forecasts, and there are other entities that do similar things. And the big takeaway there is that, we've seen upwards of 5-6%, even 7%, kind of general inflation, year over year over the past 6 to 12 months. And the thing to keep in mind there is that that sort of includes everything. So you might want to look at more of a core CPI number for general inflation. And then the expectation is that it will come down, and it's already started to come down some. And you have to keep in mind that we're not even looking at fiscal 24, we're looking at fiscal 25. So at that point, the assumption is that general inflation would sort of be coming back down. And then the other thing I'd note on 2B is just that most of our costs are in personnel, purchase power, purchase water in terms of operating costs. So the impact of what you assume for general inflation, it's not a huge impact. It does matter, but what we're trying to pick is sort of a reasonable number that isn't too conservative with respect to projecting recent kind of inflation changes off into the future, because the expectation is that will come down. In terms of purchase power, we have long-term numbers that Silver State's provided. So we're using those projections at this point. There's a lot going on with that, both in terms of our existing sort of where this year has gone. So we will be continuing to sort of monitor that, and we'll need to talk with Joe and with staff and make sure that we have incorporated where all those pieces are, where we think they're going to go, based on some decisions that we have to make in terms of how those costs get recovered. So we're certainly aware of that. Right now, we're using long-term projections that they had provided in a presentation that they gave. And then just sort of a note for the group, and I'm sure you're aware of this, but obviously the big impact is just that the cost has increased substantially since the prior study. And that's, obviously a combination of less availability of the less expensive sources like the hydropower, as well as the increase in the cost of market power due to natural gas prices. So that's a cost that really wasn't built into the rates we have now. So if we expect that to be at that 5 or 6 cent level as opposed to the 3 or 4 cent level, That's something that will have to sort of get built into the rates over time. Purchase water, we have sort of our volumetric costs. We've assumed that those will go up 5% a year. And then we also have our fixed costs that are based on the number of meters, and we're assuming that's going to remain constant, and that's really kind of driven by the only thing that would change that is sort of a major capital investment. Those don't change every year.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but
No, go ahead.
making sure it's clarified. The fixed cost for SNWA isn't, we collect based on the meters, but they don't charge us based on the meters. There's a meter cost, but it's a in lieu of charge that you're correct is constant, but it's SNWA. It's their infrastructure that is related to what Boulder City it pays. That how that changes. So it's somewhat complicated, but just making sure that we're not thinking that the SNWA charge is based on how many meters we have.
Yeah, I guess it was and certainly I'm happy to be corrected if this is not right, but it's my understanding that there was some relationship between the two at some point.
Well, that's how we pay it, but that's not how they
Right.
charge it. That's not how they charge us. Because they charge the rest of the, it has been a confusion. They charge some of the valley, if not all the valley, pays based on that. We do not pay based on that. We have a rate. We have a in lieu of fee that you have as you show it in your model, and then but we pay for that by charging the meters.
Right. Okay. I think we're on the same page there then. But that's something that we're at least for the purposes of this component, we're not expecting that to increase over time.
That's correct. Sorry.
Right. Okay. Yeah. No, that's fine. I think I talked about 3, and the only other note on 4 was just that, we know that costs have certainly gone up in terms of general inflation, and our sort of working assumption there is that we've captured the inflation that we've seen in the 24 budget, and that we're trying to kind of come up with a normalized projection of inflation moving forward for sort of general inflation. Okay. In terms of capital expenses, we're really looking at the capital improvement programs as well as projects that we've already started from prior improved capital budgets. So there's sort of the new things that we haven't yet done, and then there's things that we've started in the past that will still impact our cash flow. So we want to make sure that if we're starting with a certain balance, that we've reflected not only the new projects that will start, but the projects that are already ongoing that will impact our cash. The new projects are in today's dollars, but are likely going to cost more down the road. So we do assume some construction cost inflation for new projects. And then we have a variety of sort of financing sources for those. We're fortunate to have some external financing sources available to us, or at least that have been available to us in the past, like the lease payments and the land sales. I'm not aware of any additional amounts for that are upcoming, but that's certainly always an option. And then we have the infrastructure sales tax, which generates approximately $1 million a year. So that's available to fund water projects. And then we've also made use of ARPA funding, like many communities have been able to do, to kind of offset the cost of our capital projects. And that's I think a big reason why the needs on the water and wastewater funds also aren't as great as the electric fund, is because that money was available to fund water and wastewater projects. Outside of those external funding sources, we have cash financing has been traditionally the way that we finance projects, and we have fund balance on hand to do that cash financing. So we think it makes sense to continue to go ahead and use that money to the extent that it exceeds that sort of 20% minimum balance. In terms of efforts to control and manage costs, the options are just looking at the timing of projects and when the funds are likely to be expended, and just making sure that we've taken a hard look at the timing and not necessarily pushing projects out, but just making sure that the timing is appropriately reflected, that will impact our needs there. And then to the extent that there are other things that we can do, like the option to potentially reuse transformers that we have at a new substation. I think that those sorts of kind of creative ideas are helpful for controlling costs as well. So I think those are all good things that we're doing and working through to make sure that we minimize the impact to our customers. In terms of the raw water line debt service, I alluded to this at the beginning. We talked about making additional payments on that during the last study, and that was when interest rates are relatively low. In this new interest rate environment, and may continue to increase, that rate looks pretty good in terms of what we're paying. So it may make sense to, rather than using the cash we have to make those additional payments, just go ahead and pay it out sort of as expected, as opposed to making additional payments, because the savings don't really make as much sense with current interest rates being where they're at. So we have not reflected any additional payments on the raw water line debt service.
Collins, on that slide right quick, just
Yep.
2 comments. When I looked at the rate study, your rate model, I see that there's a 3% increase for the SIP for fiscal year '24. So it doesn't make much sense if we're budgeting for '24 that we're adding additional money to what we're saying we already need. I can understand from '25 out, but '24 doesn't make sense to me to add the 3% into the SIP. And it added a reasonable amount of extra revenue requirement. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I think that makes sense, and I think it may have been the timing when we were sort of thinking through what we were getting, but I agree. We probably would make more sense to take 24 numbers kind of at face value and then just incorporate inflation for 25 and beyond. So I'd agree with that.
Thank you. And the other thing is since we're talking about SIP here, I wanted to, because reading through the presentation and stuff, what I gathered was pretty much what you said in the beginning, that it was the electric increase was being stated it was mostly due to the increase in the purchase power. But if you're considering what your last study was and this study, it's really the increase in the purchase power and the capital. The capital had a major increase. I think it's probably close to $30 million increase from what you had in your study. So that's a major portion of it. So it's not just the purchase power. I think the unbundling, as we go through that, makes sense. But I just sort of like to emphasize as you go forward that it's both. It's the CIP and the purchase power. I'm just making sure everybody understands that.
Right, that's fair, and maybe more of a general note on that. The cost increases we've seen for construction in the city are what Raftellus is sort of seen throughout the country. It's just much more expensive to execute capital projects at this point than it was when we did the prior study, and a lot of that has to do with just significant increases in demand and the inability of supply to kind of sync up with that. And that's just because there was so much more money out there that was, kind of getting absorbed and being used to increase demand for, the equipment and those sorts of things that we need. So it's like, if you can even get it,
Right.
it's significantly more expensive than it used to be in terms of materials, but also just contractors and those sorts of things. So that's a good point.
Yeah, and I'm definitely not trying to be controversial or blame, and definitely not saying we don't need to do the construction. I'm just saying, just keep in mind that it's not really one thing, it's two major things, and so as we look through it, whatever we can do is beneficial.
Well, and that may be, I think, maybe what we've seen, and I haven't compared the numbers, but it'd be interesting to see sort of on the water and wastewater projects, what sort of the give and take between the additional ARPA availability and any increased costs, which we wouldn't have had the benefit of the ARPA funding for the electric. So that may be, there's a lot of stuff going on the electric side that we weren't really able to offset with that additional money. So, yep, that makes sense.
Thank you.
Yep. So in terms of the cash flow forecast, we kind of see sort of a stacked bar chart look there of our expenses on the operating side, the raw water line debt service and the pay-go, and our existing revenues, which do sort of move around a little bit. And the reason for that is two things. One is we have changes in sort of usage on the water side, both shifting from potable to raw water, and then a reduction in water usage to meet those water budgets in 25. So that's sort of reflected. And then we also have, again, unbundled the power supply and the purchased water cost. So we're reflecting that as well, and that projection actually moves down slightly on the electric side and then sort of starts to tick back up. And it's not so much that, this is exactly how it'll play out, but the presumption on the revenue side is that we're going to sort of make that adjustment as needed, as opposed to just sort of setting the rates and then we'll see sort of where the costs go over time. So it may not play out exactly like that on the power supply and the purchased water side, but the idea is, would we be interested in creating a mechanism for recovering those costs that's sort of separate and then a little bit easier to kind of course correct on, and that would include if the costs went down, we could reflect that as well. So, overall, we have fund balance on hand, which we've built up to execute the projects that we need to do. They're certainly more expensive than they were when we did the study before. But overall, if we, even taking into account those additional costs, the fund balance that we have on hand means that we can take time basically to get to that higher level of revenue, as well as use the money that we have on hand as opposed to needing to generate additional revenue to cover those costs. So, we're projecting sort of ending this fiscal year with, as compared to the 20%, approximately 140%, which is, not an unusual amount. There are certainly utilities that have a year or more of cash on hand, but certainly more than the 20% and probably more than we need in the long run. So we're projecting sort of with the adjustments that you see up there, as well as the pass-through component, kind of pulling that down to closer to 49%. It's not all the way down to the 20% minimum, but there are a lot of sort of unknowns, especially over the next year or two, related to power supply specifically, and those costs that we want to make sure that we've kind of not taken things down too far. And then the other thing that I would note is, depending on what we do in terms of the resolution, I've shown 5 years basically of a plan here, but depending on what we do for adoption, whether it's 2 years or 3 years, we could kind of reevaluate where we're at that point and see if those additional adjustments are needed, or how our capital execution has been, and that sort of thing. And then the other thing I would note is just sort of looking out in 28, will we have done most of the capital we need, or are there other things that will sort of fill in at that point, because it obviously drops off pretty substantially. So if that's our expectation, then we may be able to dial that back. So not necessarily suggesting we would adopt 5 years of rates, just showing a 5-year plan, and then maybe in 26 or 27 we kind of evaluate where we're at, consistent with the plan to do a study every 3 to 5 years. I think is kind of the current policy. So in terms of just showing what that would look like, we have the fund balance, which is just kind of the that percentage of our expenses on the left there, under our existing revenues, and then with the proposed revenues. So certainly argue that we probably need some sort of adjustment over the next few years to ensure that we don't dip below that 20%. But we definitely do want to recognize that we have the funds on hand and are able to use them to execute capital projects and to smooth into the additional revenue that we need. On the right, we have the fund balance, including all of the components. These are not all able to be used. There are some restrictions basically on the emergency capital and the rate stabilization and the RDA and landfill closure. But just to give a sense of how much money sort of in total that we have, and then basically we'd be projecting kind of pulling down that unrestricted amount over time to execute capital projects.
Are you done with that slide, Colin?
I am.
Okay, so I think just maybe for the final, to see if the city and the committee agrees, I'm thinking that the RDA and the landfill closure should be taken off of there, because those are restricted
Right.
funds the landfill can't be used until its closure, if I understand correctly, Joe?
Yeah, that's my understanding of that
So that's
particular
not-
fund.
I'm sorry, I interrupted.
Oh, no, it's okay.
So that's not touchable. So I think you give a false reading. And the RDA, last thing I understood was they don't even know where that fits into the city, because it's a specific region of the city that can get that. At least I'm not sure how that fits. It'd be nice to understand, but if we can't use it, then it's no use showing it.
Right. So maybe more of a focus on the unrestricted and then the emergency and rate stabilization, because at least those can be touched under specific circumstances. So it gives sort of an idea of, okay, what's our liquidity that's available to kind of both to use for capital, but also for risk mitigation.
Yeah, I would like to make sure, make sure the city council understands the capital reserve, the emergency capital reserve and the rate stabilization, or at least I would like to go into a little more detail at the workshop. But I think having those extra costs on the top, the RDA and the landfill confuses the issue a little bit more, because you're going to look at the number, not at the breakout, the overall number. So it's a reasonable amount of reduction.
Right. Yeah, no, I think that makes sense. And it would, obviously, it pulls it down some, but we don't want to give the impression that it's all sort of usable. So that point taken there.
Appreciate it. Anybody else have any comments on that? Joe, is that clear?
Yeah,
Fair statements?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Okay. So we'll get into the rate structure discussion. I've talked about this, and I apologize for all the words here, but I think it's helpful to sort of have it for reference, even if I don't read every single word to you. But the kind of one of the recommendations was unbundling the power supply and purchase water, and I've alluded to this earlier. But basically, what we would do is separate out those components and recover them kind of via a separate charge, or at least a more flexible charge. And there are options for how to do that we can kind of talk about. It's a mechanism that we could use with or without the other changes. So it's not a requirement we don't have to do this to restructure the block rates, for example. I've factored it into the way I've done the calculations, but we're certainly able to accomplish those same objectives without unbundling. So that's just a note there. It's not it's not a requirement for the other changes. It is common for certainly investor-owned and some municipally owned electric utilities. Less common for water utilities, but there are a number of them that, to the extent that water supply costs are a significant component of their costs, they do break them out, at least for presentation purposes, if not actually showing a separate charge, so that customers understand that if our costs are $1 and water supply or power supply are 50 cents of that cost, that's something that customers need to be aware of, because we have a limited ability to control that, certainly in the short term. So why might we want to unbundle? Well, there's a lot going on. In the past, our kind of power supply cost was relatively stable, but things have changed in terms of the access to hydropower, as well as just the increased cost of market purchases. There's a lot more variability, because a lot more market power is being produced by natural gas. And those prices have been fluctuating like they haven't in the past 20 to 40 years. So that's obviously had a huge impact. I think we've all seen that graph from Silver State that showed that the price per MMBTU of natural gas has really kind of blown up. So our costs are increasingly variable, or at least they have been in sort of recent, in the past year or so. So that's a reason to potentially look at a rate or a component of a rate that's a little more flexible, that would allow us to adjust as needed to kind of capture those costs. It could add transparency for customers. As I mentioned, it's a large proportion of the overall cost. And the other thing is we have a limited ability to recover the costs. We have to pay the cost from our providers. So there's really it can't be delayed or deferred or restructured, or like we could with some of our capital costs. So in the end, we're sort of price takers there, at least in the short run. The other potential benefit is if things do change and they go the other way, we have the capability to adjust in a way that was tangible and transparent to our customers as well. Like, for example, in the projections we received, the fiscal 25 electric costs are actually projected to decrease. So we'll certainly see what happens there. But that's an instance where if that did actually occur and we had a higher sort of unbundled charge for 24 to recover those costs, and they were projected or budgeted to go down, that's a savings that we could pass along via an unbundled charge. And then we already kind of acknowledge that component of costs. We're already sort of doing this a little bit on the SNWA side, sort of breaking out that component of the charge on the bill. So it's not something completely foreign, and it just sort of be kind of expanding that concept and adding more flexibility and transparency, but certainly not a requirement to make those other changes, as I mentioned. So what would that look like? And I talked about this a little bit earlier, but the way we've set it up currently, and certainly open to feedback on this, and I'll go through some options, is one option is we just pass through the rates that we have. So we have we can determine sort of a unit cost for power supply, and then we have a unit cost on the water supply side, and then sort of a mechanism for recovering the fixed costs from SNWA already. So we could just sort of pass those through as is, and then recover the balance of our costs in a delivery charge. And then things like water losses or line losses or other unmetered uses, those could be reflected in the delivery charge as well, so that basically customers can see, that the costs that that we pay in terms of a unit cost is the cost that they pay. So that we could kind of have more of a one-to-one linkage there. In terms of how those unbundled rates could be changed, there's a variety of ways to do that. You could look at sort of rates that are fixed in the resolution, but maybe have an upper or lower bound. So if you had a rate of, say, 6 cents, you could say, well, it's going to be 6 cents unless our actual cost changes by, a certain amount, like an upper or a lower bound. We could do sort of a periodic change. So just sort of change those rates as needed. So probably annually. There are certainly utilities that do it more frequently than that. I don't think we would necessarily need to do that here. But just kind of looking annually and adjusting as needed to reflect the cost. The other option, I guess I've got that down there, so I'll wait for a second. But the alternatives to completely unbundling is we just leave the rates as they are. We set, sort of rates to adopt for whatever multi-year period we want. Maybe it's 2 or 3 years. And then if we need to adjust them and the kind of power supply or purchase water cost proves to be insufficient, we just make that adjustment to the resolution if it's needed. And then the other option is we can leave rates bundled, but basically add the authority to adjust the rates if the power supply or cost change. So basically you just say, well, the rates are what they are in the resolution, but if our power supply costs or our water supply costs change by a certain amount, we'll basically change the bundled rates by that amount and sort of as needed. So that'd be similar to kind of a power cost adjustment, or you might call it a water cost adjustment, where you have a bundled rate, but the whole rate changes to recover that incremental cost sort of as needed. So what we've assumed is that we're basically passing it through, and that's sort of what's reflected in the rate projections and the impacts. But there are certainly options that we could explore, ranging from keeping things as they are to what we've suggested, which is sort of more of the direct pass-through approach. It wouldn't necessarily change the structure that we come up with, but it might change how it adjusts over time. One thing you'll notice in the rates that we have in the handout and even the impacts in the presentation is things do sort of go up and down a little bit, and that's reflective of the changing power supply cost in the forecast. So that's certainly a consideration. Is would we want to go ahead and reflect that sort of in a direct pass-through approach, or do one of these other options? So I'm gonna pause here because I know this is sort of a lot, and just see if anyone has any questions or at least any initial thoughts on this idea.
Yeah, thank you, Colin. I think this is a great opportunity to start a discussion. So I think this is where the committee needs to be able to talk about this. Joe, did you have any comments before I open it up to the committee?
No.
Right, thank you. So does anybody have any comments on the unbundling?
I'm just curious, is there any administrative costs associated with unbundling? There's going to be more staffing, there's more studying being done on different aspects. I've never seen it taken apart like this at this point, so I'm not sure.
So we have looked at the possibility of if we could do this with our existing billing software. If we were to do this and a purchase power rider, then we run out of space. So it seems like we could do one or the other. We could do the unbundling and then adjust that periodically, or have the what's called the purchase cost adjustment, which in the current resolution it's a rider. So I don't think we could do both with the current structure of the billing software.
Yeah, I'd sort of hate to have our billing structure limit us on that, because I think the rider has its advantage, so I don't think we want to take it out of the resolution, but what we would do is I would say you kick it up to like 12 cents or something like that. It's more of a emergency situation, so you got to decide, are you going to use the rate stabilization fund and the rider, or one or the other? So I think we went with the rider first instead of the rate stabilization fund this year. And if we had, and that's probably what you would do first, you'd use the rider first, and then if it went way out of control, like it might have had this year, if we did, it depending on what offsets we have there, then you would also go into the rate stabilization. So I guess I'd like to see it as having both, and I'll open it up some more, but I can give some of my opinion, what I've gone through studying it. But I'd like to see that the resolution has flexibility, and then we could work with the billing later.
Can I add one more thing before we continue the discussion? I meant to say this, but we wouldn't recommend an automatic adjustment. So there would always be some discretion there, because we have the rate stabilization fund. You know, we can look at our existing fund balance. It's kind of just basically providing the authority within the resolution to set the rate where it needs to be, but it would never be an automatic adjustment. I'm not saying anyone suggested that, but I just wanted to make sure that was clear, because I don't think I said that.
No, that's a good clarification. Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, and just to kind of clarify too on the billing, like right now we have it all under one page. And so it's not that it couldn't be done. It just, if we were to get to, multiple pages, then the costs go up quite a bit from where we're at currently.
Okay, well, you answered Andy's question, I appreciate that, so I didn't mean to jump in to do that part. I just don't want us to be too limited on aspects. Again, it's a matter of, but, so Andy and you both have a good portion of, we have to consider costs, and that's what we're trying to do. But go ahead.
I was just wondering, we're in kind of an unusual time right now with everything's just different. But hopefully that's going to stabilize and we'll get back to kind of a more normal type of a trend. I know wholesale prices have kind of spiked because of just a lot of things, and hopefully that's going to even out here before long. And we could get back to the way we're going, because it's worked pretty well for a lot of years, and that purchase power rider, which we never had to use very often, but it's worked when we needed it to. When we needed revenue, and it happens because it's there, it's automatic. You just plug it in, and you can cover those costs. And so, I would say before we get too far out, we may want to just consider tweaks to what we have and not get too radical on something all new that may cause a lot of problems down the road.
Yeah, my name is Greg Todd. I've been listening to all this, and we had this problem years ago when we did our bills and we broke it out, and we still got the back page of the bill. One side could be electric and the other side could be water, and we don't have a big problem with that. I have almost 15 charges on another bill from another power company, and they're in micromial small amounts of pennies, hundredths of a penny, this or that, and it's just a line item. As long as the bill winds up being the same and your total that's now unbundled winds up being the same, I don't think it's a printing problem, because we got two sides of a power and water bill. So we just use the back side. Please flip it over to see the water side. So that's it. And I do believe that people need to know what they're paying for as an unbundled system. And I remembered years ago, Ned, we were having biannual rate changes. And all of it, we were getting every 6 months, we'd get a different rate. We'd get a summer rate and a winter rate. And we got away with that. We put a moratorium on the raises. So if we have to do it annually, we've got the space and the time to do it. But I'm saying the thing that saved our bacon was the emergency rainy day fund for the power purchase rider agreement. And I think the citizens, I know a lot of people that I've talked to, don't want to make comments on it, but the bill number final amount is not going to change. It's going to be more identifiable as to where the pennies are going.
Thanks, guys. And I agree with all that. And I think, because basically, I think part of the issue would be confusing to Boulder City is that we've not been consistent how we've raised, in a time frame how we've raised it. You know, sometime we've gone several years with not raising it at all, and then like Greg said, then there was a time where it was like, oh, here's a raise, and then here's another raise within just a short period, and then we went for another period, and then all of a sudden, boom, we hit a big raise. So if you look at like what Boulder Canyon Project does for Hoover Dam, they do it on a yearly basis. I'm not sure we want to do it on a yearly basis, but what you would do is you could do it as a 2 or 3 year rate, and you unbundle it. You're clearly showing what you're expecting you have to need. So you're showing that, hey, I've got this purchase power that's going to be this much, and so I'm charging that. The thing that I would like to look at tweaking a little bit more is and I'll just briefly mention it here and go further when it gets to the spreadsheet, unless people want to talk more about it, is I think by unbundling it, then you can look at your purchase power, your O&M, and your capital. And then what you do is you want to say what offsets those, so your other fixed costs. And that's the other thing we need to be very careful with for the final product, is we need to get the terminology right. Because what we have in the resolution right now, and some of the terms that are used in some of the concepts, I'm not sure follow the resolution as it currently is. The delivery charge, for instance, in water, they're using it in the fixed rate and in the volume or usage rate. And I don't believe we want the delivery charge in the fixed rate. So just some things like that we need to clarify, so we know how we're going to change the resolution going forward. So we might want to modify some of these things, but we need to agree on the terminology so we know how or what we might want to modify. But as an example, what you've got, if you were to break everything out for fiscal year 23, because of the ongoing capital, you have we have $19 million plus change just in electric capital alone, CIP. So that's the ongoing capital right now. That's what is brought forward, and that's what we're expecting, what we have budgeted for the revised aspect of fiscal year. So then if you take the capital, and let's just say that you're looking at the 4.9 for this year, 4.9 cents for the purchase power. You're looking at O&M at about 3 cents. That's with a reduction, because if you take what you already get for your fixed cost, you just call it 3 cents. So let's just round that up to, that's 9 cents. That's 5, that's 8 cents. And then you take the capital, if you put that into a rate aspect, that would be 11 cents. And so your overall rate could be as much as 19 cents for 23. So, nobody's projecting that, and we don't want to go that far, but I think by, at least in the rate process, understanding that, and then if we do break it out into the bundle, the purchase power, but then get a little better understanding of what we're doing with the delivery, because right now we're offsetting the capital, we're not charging, the full capital costs to the customers, and I'm not sure we're even charging the full amount like next year for the O&M. So those are things, but if we see it in the rate process and can find a way that we want to that we can show it, then as we go forward, that's what I was trying to get with, was the rate structure is more easily understood, and you can also understand how it affects each customer class. So the residential is easier because you can take that out. The commercials takes a little bit of time because that's where the tiers can be more confusing, because you're starting at a different point. In the electrical, we're going from 0 to 1 is the new suggested amount, and in water, we're still going from 0 to 3 and 3 up. And so they're starting at a different point, but they're also getting a big leeway at the other end. Water is a good example, though. They're starting from 0 to 60. We're asking, they want to go down to 0 to 5, I believe. So the commercial being 0 to 60 does need to start higher, because you've got a different aspect. So we've got to figure out how do we work with those, especially delivery costs. That's when, one of the reasons is we get to it, I would think that you want to give water commercial at least a lower bracket for those that use less than 60 can take advantage of it. So those are some things to do. But overall, I think unbundling has advantages. So I think it would be good to show that in this rate process. And then we can decide how we want to put it into the resolution. But I think to make sure, so you wouldn't be saying, so Colin's clarification is right on, that we're not automatically changing. So during the year, if the rate goes up or down, we don't automatically change that during the year. We don't even necessarily change it if we put it into a resolution. That's the thing we could look at. We would say we're estimating that this is going to be higher than we would normally expect. So like we're going to the 6 cents, and then we need to go up to that level in the next year or two. And so those are things that we want. And we need to consider, do we really even go back down? Because when the rate goes down for this time frame, we need to collect more. We might consider how we're going to do that because we're not collecting 100% of what we need anyway. But in the future, once things get under control, then maybe that up and down would be helpful and could be done. So there's so many things that need to be looked at, that whether there'll be time before the 26th to sort of iron some of these things out, I don't know. Hopefully we could get them ironed out before we put a resolution in. But I see some positive aspects to it, but there are tweaks that could be helpful.
Yeah, I guess one quick comment on the, I'm probably I'm not saying the right number, but the 19 cents, I think that the difference, and let me know if I'm mischaracterizing what you said. I mean, the difference between the 19 cents and what we might end up with for an average sort of unit cost would be using money that we already have to basically offset the capital costs. So if we just took everything and divided it by our kilowatt hours, we'd end up with something much higher, and we're fortunate that we've got money already. So it's kind of like, if we needed to get to 19 cents, we could do that over time, would be kind of the idea. But maybe what you're saying is just making sure it's clear, what the total cost is, and where we're using either offsetting kind of outside revenues or funding sources and fund balance to kind of get where we end up.
Yeah, that exactly. So I'm just saying,
Okay.
I'm not saying we should increase it. I'm just saying it could be that high. And that's higher than the valley. And we're at cost.
That's what the cost is. Yeah, that's what
the
the cost is in, like, say in this year.
Right, exactly.
Or this upcoming year. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Mhm.
And so that's where you'd want to be careful with unbundling and saying we're going to just pass through all the costs. So I'm not saying you're not saying that, because I see.
Right.
you're
Yeah.
not.
We wouldn't want to pass. Yeah. You wouldn't want to automatically pass through all the costs for sure. And even on electric, I think it would still be a judgment call. Really, the difference would be just that the resolution, one option is it would just say the rate will be set to recover the costs and adjust it as needed. And another option is, you could say, here's what we expect the rate to be, or here's what the rate is as a starting point, and it will adjust under these, it could be adjusted under these circumstances. So there's sort of a restriction on it. So there's lots of options. We've kind of taken the extreme, it just kind of demonstrate what it could look like if it were essentially automatically adjusted. But from our perspective, it would still be a judgment call, sort of probably annually as part of the budget process.
No, I think the judgment call, you definitely don't want to say you're going to recover all costs, because that's where you would, if I'm understanding correctly,
Right.
That's where you get to the 19 cents, and that's not right.
Right. Yeah.
Even
Well,
next
it
year-
just doesn't recognize that we've already built up money to fund these projects. Maybe not as much as, they obviously cost more than we expected, than we understood before, but we can use the money we have above the 20%. So. Yeah.
Above the 20%, correct.
Yep.
And that's the one thing we want to be a little careful on. The way I see when we bundled, and I don't want to go into major detail, but by putting the unrestricted cash and the 20% together, it gets a little bit convoluted in a 5-year process, because you get 20% goes up and down. And so that, especially in electrical, but that, we don't have time to go into the major details on that, but that's just one thing to be careful of. But for instance, so we, 19 cents for this time, it could be as much as 14 cents for 24, if you look at the three components. So again, we don't want to raise it up that much, but what you can do, that does also give you an explanation of your higher end conservation rate. You can say, okay, if you're going to use a high end amount, then you're going to pay 100% of the cost, if it comes into that way. So that's one way to justify it. So there's so many different ways to do it, and I think the best way to do it is what, if I'm hearing you say it correctly, is judgment call. You've got to be a little creative. And so you can't just plug and play. You can't just put it into a formula in a spreadsheet and say this is what comes out. So we do have to
Yeah,
have some
certainly. Yeah, on the
flexibility.
unbundling, certainly. It basically it's a mechanism or a policy for cost recovery that would require some amount of management, and that amount of management depends on the resolution.
That's exactly right. So
Yep.
that's, but I would think to Andy, so Joe, let me make sure I'm stating it correctly. I don't think it would take, you definitely wouldn't have to hire an additional person. And I don't think it would take that much more to keep track of it on a year or every 2-year basis.
No, so we've discussed internally the unbundling and if we would be able to initiate that. And we believe with our current staff arrangement and system that we would be able to do that.
Okay, 'cause yeah, I think there's advantage to it. We just, like I said, I think there's some tweaks that can be done, some fine tuning and just understanding of it all.
So I'm also hearing that there's going to be a lot of public education on this too. There'd have to be. Because the more you put out there, more information you put out there, you're going to have to explain what that means to your customers and define what these changes, what changes are taking place and why they're taking place. But, I mean, I'm going back to, you explained, Greg, a little while ago about the bill, having, a 4-page bill gets kind of confusing. So if you have all this stuff that's outlined, you're going to have to educate people what these things mean, what you can change, what you can't change, and bring the public up to speed, I guess is what I want to say. Am I making sense?
Yeah, well, one thing you could do, unfortunately, it's a one-time thing, unless you do it every year. You could use the flyer that goes into the utility, with the utility bill, and you could have 1 or 2 full pages. You use that flyer completely to explain exactly what happened. And so you go into major detail. You got 2 pages that you could possibly use to do that. Would that be feasible, Joe? Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, the utility mailer is intended to be used for that type of purpose, educational items. That's certainly something that would fit in that scope.
And then, and then you could put it on the website also, to have, you could have a place that they can go to and encourage it. But I totally agree, because that's what I think we all want to do, is we want to make it easier, we want to make it fair to the citizens. We want them to understand.
Yeah, and be informed.
Yes,
Yeah, absolutely, yeah, okay.
So I agree with that 100%. And I think, and Greg, if I understood correctly, you made the same comment. By unbundling, you actually get more clarity and more transparency. So if it's done right with being able to have judgment, I greatly appreciate that aspect, instead of just saying we're just going to pass through.
But the average citizen, if you talk to them, they look at the bill and they go, what are all these numbers mean? If you identify a line item, let's say it's 3 cents per kilowatt, and you have a 1,000 kilowatt hour bill, okay, that makes sense, because you know what this 3 cent charge is for, and all we have to do is, the bill has to say, these items above, let's say you have a line, are not able to be changed or altered in any way because we are not the person that's driving that cost. This is our purchased power cost. The stuff below, we are trying to take and keep under control and keep our minimum pass-through, like delivered power, okay? I don't care what anybody says. To have solar on a roof costs the utility company a lot of money, because you have to be at a moment's notice in a utility company able to switch the power flow to the other direction.
Exactly.
And people don't understand that. We are using our electric utility grid as a giant battery. And that's the thing we have to understand. And as more solar comes online, we're having to become a bigger battery. And we don't have that capacity to be able to shut off 1,000 kilowatts of power and run it the other direction because we got a doggone cloud that came over the city and caused all the solar panels to diminish in output. That's some of the stuff we have to understand. And it's not a real time to show it, but I'll show you a typical Southern California Edison bill that I get. And I'll tell you what, that's 6 pages, okay? A lot of it has information that is minutia that you don't have to go through, but the meat of the matter is on the first 3 pages. And right now, my second tier for electricity is 24 cents. My first tier is 17. And that one tier is 634 kilowatt hours a month. That's tier 1. Tier 2 is 635 and up. And then when you get to tier 3, you better break out the gold bars.
Yeah, so there's a lot of advantage to what I think we just want to even clarify and like I said, refine things a little bit more. But I think that if we show it in this rate process, then we just have to figure out how the resolution needs to be modified to do that. And I
Right.
think I'll just bring it up now. I think we have a little bit of time between what the budget has to be approved and when the rate has to be approved by the council. So we have a little bit of time to tweak it. Would you agree with that, Joe? Oh, he's shaking his head, so.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Shaking his head yes or no? I can't see.
I guess my biggest concern is that I look at my bill now, and it's very simplistic, right? It's just easy to look at, understand, and honestly, I don't really care where all the numbers come from to a point, because it's good, it's a good cost. But going forward, when you start expanding that out, to Greg's point, that you're gonna be inundated with calls. I don't care what kind of flyers you put out, what information, you're gonna be inundated with calls, because one day it's gonna make sense to somebody, a month from now, it's not gonna make sense. I understand putting more information out there in a lot of ways is good, but in a lot of ways, it can really make a big difference in what you do in your daily life, you know, where you're focusing your life, what you're doing every day, between answering questions for a customer, you know, why they're getting paid, why they're paying this bill now, or seeing all this stuff now, where they didn't see it before. Why is it important now? And also, going to Greg's point, you know, after page 3, there was nothing really to look at, but people are going to look. So somebody's going to look at that and start questioning it as well. So, how you educate the public, especially when you're going from a simplistic format to a very complex format with a whole bunch of information, it's going to throw people for a loop, and you're going to, somewhere along the line, you're going to pay that piper.
Well, the one thing you can do, because actually I hadn't thought about the bills as much as I had the resolution. The one thing you can do is you could break it out in the resolution. So the resolution clearly shows what you're trying to do, or most, it clearly is going to be, and that's the hard part. Getting this 100% clear is not going to be easy.
Well, and getting people to understand that also.
Right. So, but let's just say that you keep all you do is you're adding one more cost. You're going to have you're going to have a energy charge, which is based on your purchase power, and you're going to have a delivery charge, and that's all you're really possibly adding. And then what you do is you clarify it more in the resolution, and so the average person doesn't see that much confusion. You're just having a simple aspect, and then we've got to document it more in the resolution, so we can either in a whereas or in the aspect itself, so we know going forward what's happening.
Thanks, I like that.
Does that sound reasonable, Joe?
Yes, that does.
And I like that idea too. I think it's kind of like your gas bill. Your gas bill basically will have the gas cost, then you have your delivery charges. And that makes it a little bit easier to understand. But I think we want to avoid trying to get too complicated, because this town does not like that kind of stuff. So I think the simpler the better, I think.
Yeah, thank you for stopping here, because I think this helps with unbundling
Right.
the concept and going forward. So I think, again, some fine tuning can be done, I think, to help.
Yeah.
But if the way you're showing it, and we just need a little more background, because I did get a chance very quickly this morning to look at the new model, and I did find the one area that you broke out the delivery charges, and it made more sense than what I could see in the slides earlier. And I think we're closer to what I've envisioned and what I've done in rate processes with the government. So it just helped tweaking that and find a way to show that in the rate and then explain it in a resolution, so you can say, these are our actual costs, and this is what we're gonna pass along to the customers.
Right. Yeah, no, that's fine. And I think we're sort of, I've got some numbers here. We're trying to sort of get conceptual buy-in on this, especially because if you really did it, the number would change, right? So even because it's going to be whatever it is on the extreme side of things. On the other side, there, like I said, there are other options than sort of adjusting it even annually. And then in the end, if we say, and I think it was maybe Ned that mentioned this, if we expect this to be temporary, the kind of fluctuations, then maybe it's worth leaving things as is. So that's certainly a consideration as well. And there are options kind of in between. At a minimum, I think it's worth highlighting as a committee and staff and even the council in public, just noting how much of what proportion of our costs we are basically price takers on, so that they're aware that we control this portion of the pie, at least in the short run, and there are limited options in the long run even, and we're certainly doing what we can, but I think that it's worth at least highlighting that, even if you don't unbundle, just making sure that folks are aware of, if they pay 10 cents or 11 cents, how much of that is power supply and how much of that is our delivery costs, because there's a certain component of that we don't really have control over.
No, I think that's really good, and if it's possible and people don't mind, then what we could possibly do is I can work with Joe and yourself possibly with the terminology and some of the refinements that we can come back on the 26th and making sure that it's clearly understood. So, yeah, we're not trying to do a major change, and I think I want to just hang on to your comment too, is the judgment. It needs to be a judgment call or creativity or something. You can't just plug and play. So it's not that all the costs are going to be passed through. So it's sort of a hybrid. It's not going to be you're charging everything, and it's not going to be that you're charging less. You're going to have to look at it over a period of time and understand what is affordable.
Right. Yeah. That makes sense.
As long as you got money in to make it affordable. If you
okay. And it sounds like we're just to get a sense of the direction here, we're interested in at least exploring this. It's not like a hard no, like don't do this. So at least considering what it might look like in a way that sort of balances folks' understanding with what's going on and the cost recovery aspect, and just making sure that I guess the other thing is it needs to be clear, and we need to have a way of communicating it that people will understand. And maybe that, if that takes more time, the other option would be, what do we do for net for this upcoming year versus a future year where, if we need more education, that's an option too, is potentially, delaying implementation of something like this, which just does make things a little more complicated administratively. But if there's a real concern that this is too much to digest in a short period of time, that's a way to handle it too.
Well, I think the optimal aspect is to have it as effective as July 1st for the fiscal year 24. But at the same time, we want to make sure we have the best product available. So
right.
if we do something and we still need to fine tune something, then yeah, we have to figure that out. So I think on the 26th, that's something we can talk with the council and say, okay, what's the final time frame that they can have the resolution with a public process that we can do it. I believe we could probably go into July, and if the final concept, I'll just throw a date out there. The final concept, we only have one council meeting in July because of 4th of July. So it would have to be finalized in the last meeting in July, but that still gives us some time for the rate process, not the budget. The rate process could have some time to give us to do it things. And if we still can't get it totally clarified, then yes, we would want it somewhere in June or So to say, okay, what do we want to go with? So there are some factors, but I guess one thing is, at this point then, because most of your slides and stuff are based on the bundle, does the committee agree that the way that the slides are presented and the unbundling, at least the concept, is something that we would want to show in the rate study at least? So I'm just going to go down the line. Ned?
Yeah, I think it's probably a good idea to show them that we're looking at that anyway as a possibility, and it's factored into the study. But there will be some unbundling, and that's what we plan on showing, I think, on the bills. But I just want to say keep it simple if we do that.
I totally agree. I think keeping it simple is what we want to do. Marty?
Yeah, I would agree with that statement, and I'm not sure I have a real opinion of what we're going to do going forward.
I agree, because also it may show us something that we're not already considering. You know, it just may open up another box someplace to look at, but yeah, I think we don't throw it out, we keep it in there to keep looking at it.
Okay. Greg?
Yeah, I recommend we keep looking in and looking at the unbundling process and making it more simplistic to read to see where the money's going to and which areas.
Does that give you enough, Joe?
Yeah, I appreciate that feedback. Colin, is that clear to you as
Yeah,
well?
no, that works. And honestly, if we're comfortable with each component and kind of the net effect of the two, we could sort of, the only real kind of hang up would be if we try to do a multi-year adoption and we didn't want to unbundle, we might kind of treat that differently than if we didn't. But otherwise, it's kind of, I mean, I've shown the combined impact, which is sort of the way I looked at it when tweaking the structure. So they could be pulled apart or they could be pushed together. So it's really more of, agreeing on the sort of ultimate kind of combined impact of the two pieces, and then whether or not they're separated, I think is, that can be, it sounds like we're open to it. So I think we can keep sort of looking at it broken out. And then if in the end it makes more sense to kind of keep it together, we'll still have the same sort of combined structure, which was kind of how I intended to set that up.
Yeah, because so I just want to make it clear. I think that what we would have is we would have 3 rates. We currently have 2, and that's confusing in the terminology, because right now we have a customer charge and electric rate and
Right.
a energy charge for the usage charge. But I guess what I would see is that customer charge, that's your fixed cost. So that's $10 at this time. So we would have that amount, and however we want to define that. Then you have the energy charge. The energy charge is going to be broken out to 2 components: the your purchase power cost and the delivery charge. And then the
Right.
delivery charge is that would, in my opinion, is your O&M and your capital combined, or
Right.
a piece of
Yes.
the both.
Right.
A
Yep.
piece of, because what I did is I did a little look at it myself and said, okay, here's the O&M cost. Can we get to a point where we can charge 100% O&M? And then for the different tiers, you charge 100% O&M, and then you start charging a percentage of the capital to get to your conservation numbers. And so that way you have something to justify why you're charging these high rates, or higher rates for conservation. You have something to back up. And so those are things where you got to be creative, and you got to be a judgment aspect to it. So those are things going forward. And in water, then you would have the service charge, which is your fixed charge, and then you would have the water charge, which is your usage charge, and that would be broken again into the SNWA wholesale cost, but not the infrastructure in lieu of cost.
Right.
So that's the difference between energy and water too. So there's some components we have to be careful of. They're not apples and apples as far as the wholesale cost. You agree with me on that, Collins?
Yes.
Okay. So then you would go to the delivery charge. Again, that would be the O&M, but the water service charge is a little different than the energy. So the fixed charge in water is a little different than the the energy fixed charge. So again, we just got to get the terminology properly, because I don't think we do a usage of the water or delivery charge in the fixed account in water. So that's what I thought I saw in your presentation, in the spreadsheet, in the separate numbers for that you were showing, is that, you know, the water, the electrical, and the sewer, you know, those additional handouts.
Okay. Yeah, we'll have to look at that.
Okay.
See what, yeah.
So, that being said, does any more comment on that before I take a quick
Just real
time
quick.
break?
Yeah, if it's unbundled, would it also allow us a better tool to achieve conservation goals, especially on water,
I believe so.
right? And if it's kind of jumbled together, it becomes muddled, so to speak. If it's separated out, you can really focus on conserving water, or, you know, I think that's our chief concern, would be conserving water somehow.
We can show a way that we might be able to save the lowest end of a tier some money, and we can show how why each tier we can go up.
Okay.
It's complicated, but you can do it.
Okay.
And do you agree with that, Collins?
Yeah, I mean, I think that, and basically we're pulling out like on the water side, we're pulling out the cost that basically, if, you know, ignoring the losses for a second, if we use less water, we'll buy less water. So that piece is sort of a, kind of, at least the thought was we could get something that's sort of 1-to-1 on that. And then, in terms of the actual, kind of conservation structure, just kind of make that as aggressive as we feel like making it. And then with the combined impact being, you know, something that balances the need for conservation without, you know, you just have to be careful not to overdo it, or you have to be careful how you set the blocks too, but that's another consideration. But yeah, I think certainly would help with that.
Yeah, Ned, and I think that some of the other committee members have stated several times, and I totally agree with them, is we got to be careful on some of the conservation. You're going to lose revenues too, and so
Right.
we've got to conserve. We got to do what's right, but we also have to keep in mind our revenue source. And so
Right.
it is something you were alluding to that. I just want to make sure that it was clear.
Yeah, I mean, certainly especially on the water side, we've made it more aggressive. But I mean, that's kind of the idea. There's so there, you know, in the long run, that's kind of the hope. So that's something you have to consider, but you have to be careful that you don't end up in a circular loop too, where you're like, well, our sales are going to go down, so our rates have to go up, and you know, we want to reflect some conservation, but not kind of overdo it, because in the end, that actual kind of elasticity is not as impacted by the cost as you might think, at least when it's been studied. So it certainly has an impact, and we're talking about rates, so we might as well adjust them to achieve our objectives. But there are other things that will have an impact too, like what we're doing on the turf side and with the golf courses and that sort of thing, that are also effective tools for conservation.
Well, what I want to do is keep on mentioning, is make sure everybody understands when the city conserves, that's a win-win, because they're
Right.
only paying for wholesale, so we don't lose revenue. If the citizens conserve to a great extent, we do lose revenue. I'm not saying we shouldn't, don't get me wrong. I'm just saying that, so with the stuff that you've shown so far, with the reductions in the two golf courses, the reduction to Cascada puts a big dent in our pocketbook.
Sure.
But it has to be done. So don't get me wrong. I'm just trying to state facts. That's all I'm trying to do. So we just need to keep these facts in mind so we don't undercollect.
Right, and that
we
speaks to, I think, kind of, you know, come up with the best plan that we can, and just make sure that we monitor things, and make sure that we have sort of an adoption period, if it's a multi-year adoption, that kind of makes sense, that you know, that allows us flexibility to adjust, and just keep in mind that if, you know, we assume some conservation, and if it's higher or lower than we expect, that we may need to course correct. So That's
Yeah,
why you
yeah.
look at it every few years.
Exactly.
Well, the scary part about that is too, if you make it so high at the beginning that people just do away with their lawn, that's not gonna come back. So we gotta be careful there too.
Yeah, so the tiers I'd like to talk about a little bit too, but I need to take we need to just stop for a minute. I don't know if we need to take 5 minutes because then we'll take Colin's time. But what I want to do is take a time check. So we're going on 3 o'clock. We're trying to be out of here by 5. And so that means we've got a budget is the major one, and I'm not sure if the CRC is going to be that long or not. So, and I'm assuming, Colin, what do you think? How much more time do you think you need?
So I think I don't have that much more content. We'll talk about how I came up with the structure adjustments. We'll talk about the fixed charge, although I think we sort of touched on at least, your thoughts on that, and what we might want to tweak there. I think, maybe another 30 minutes or so. I don't, because we're talking conceptually. You've got the model, you'll have more time to kind of dig into the exactly how we got there, and if we need to refine how some things are built up, then we can certainly do that. Yeah, I don't know. Just to get through the slides, maybe another 30 minutes or so.
Yeah, I would sort of
Does that
afraid
seem
of
reasonable? Okay.
that too. Angela's now in the room, and so we have the budget. We were thinking the budget might be about an hour, with comments on our side.
Right.
So
Well, and I can go faster. I think we've kind of touched on stuff throughout. It's really just having seen the slides, how much more. I know you probably want to talk about where the blocks were set and some of the philosophy on that, maybe, and maybe a little bit on the fixed charge, to at least get group discussion on that.
yeah, I'd like to touch on the tiers a little bit.
Yeah,
I've got
yeah.
a few little tweaks I'd like to recommend. So then, Collins, since we are at it, do you mind taking a 5-minute break, or do you prefer to go?
I'm okay with a 5-minute break because y'all will be here longer than I will. So
Okay, sorry to keep you on hold, but I think it might be beneficial for everybody to take a 5-minute break. Okay, so thanks, Colin, and I greatly appreciate this conversation. I appreciate your
Yeah.
patience and everything. So this is going great so far. I greatly appreciate it.
sure, no problem. See you in 5 minutes.
Thanks.
This is completely ignorant, but why couldn't the water side of the utility just be run almost like a nonprofit?
Thank you. Are you, okay, you there, Colin?
I'm here.
Okay, thank you for indulging us.
Sure.
So I guess we'll just go ahead and continue on, and then we'll try to go just a little bit. We'll do 30 minutes, and then we'll do another time check. So I guess, yeah, some of the stuff, see what you want and what we can possibly speed through. I think we need a little bit
Sure.
of time on the last handouts.
Right. Okay. Well, we'll talk through, let's see if I can get this to change. There we go. We'll talk through the logic of how sort of I got to where we ended up with the rates here, and then really it's sort of conceptually how we ended up, and then that's sort of reflected in the detail, but we can certainly go through that and see, that's easier to sort of see everything all in one place. But okay, so in terms of the residential block rates, I mean, one thing that kind of stood out when you actually sort of put this on a graph is that the existing kind of cutoffs, which are 2,000 and 4,000, are relatively high. So if you look, for example, at like 2,000, you're already over the 80th percentile of bills. And then at 4,000, I mean, you don't have very many bills above that usage level. So if you're trying to sort of send a conservation signal, it might make sense to back those down a little bit, which is sort of what I did. So I was thinking, okay, well, can we look at or around the median for that first cutoff, maybe reflective of, it's not an exact science here, but, maybe air conditioning plus some additional usage for sort of an average sized home. So in that 1,000 to in below range. And then from there saying, okay, well, can we sort of isolate, maybe twice that would be a larger home with kind of that additional load. And then from there, you're really talking about, the top 15% of your bills. So I think the thing to, be careful with electric is we need to take care to not go too far, because folks have a limited amount of control, at least in the short run, of what their usage is. It's not like outdoor watering where you have some flexibility in how much of that you do. In the end, you're sort of somewhat limited by the weather, the existing air conditioning system you have, and that sort of thing. Over time, we'd like folks to use less, to be more efficient, to get more efficient appliances and air conditioning and stuff like that. But I think it's okay and maybe worth being a little less aggressive on the electric side in terms of increasing sort of the conservation nature of that structure. So I've tried to kind of strike a balance there. I don't think the existing tiers make a lot of sense just because they're set so high if we're trying to kind of send that conservation signal. So basically what I've suggested doing is to keep the 2,000, drop in 1,000, and then get rid of the 4,000 as kind of a starting point.
Colin, I had one question in the middle of this. Where you've got these rates, the numbers, the 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, were those numbers reflective of summertime usage like in July and August, or were they kind of an average?
So this is the cutoff for 1,000 was just more of a, not quite a rule of thumb, but it's not a specific sort of summertime usage. It's just saying, well, about what would it take if, you were running an air conditioning system of a certain efficiency and that sort of thing, trying to kind of build that up.
Okay.
So that is one thing we could look at, is see sort of what would the seasonal impact of something like.
Yeah, I think we need to
Something like
look
this
at that
would be.
because summertime here is really hot.
Right.
And you use a lot of air conditioning, and some people would not do well. if they're on limited income and they're going to, in an older house, it's going to be less efficient. And it's not unusual to get 3,000 or 4,000 kilowatt hours in the summertime on a lot of houses here in town. You won't see that any other time of the year, but in the summertime you can see those kind of numbers. And so you need to
Right.
be a little bit.
So these are annual numbers. So there aren't that many, and they're bills. They're not averages for the year. I guess maybe to your point. What we may want to look at is just check what this looks like in July or August versus January or December.
Yeah,
and
for
see
sure, I
sort
would
of
say
what-
that because
yeah.
they can. Most people have gas heat. There's not a lot of electric heat in town anymore, but the air conditioning is there, and some of these older homes are not well insulated, and they use a lot of energy in the summertime. And some of those people are on limited incomes, and it could really hurt them. And so we
Right.
want to be a little bit conscious of that,
Yeah, and I think that's kind of a question for the structure and what we're trying to accomplish in general is I think we want to be careful. I think we want to encourage folks to conserve. There are other ways to get them to conserve, like incentives and rebates and stuff like that, where they can, become more efficient, but not necessarily by, there's only so much you can do. I will say we see structures like this less frequently for electric for that reason, that you have less control over it. So I think we wanted to explore sort of a more aggressive option, but I think we need to just be careful that, like you said, that we're not sort of overdoing it in terms of what that impact might look like in the summer. So we can certainly look seasonally and kind of evaluate that as well.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Just take a look at it, just so we don't get so high that we're making some people just, because they can get really miserable here in the summertime.
Right. And it could be that, maybe we have the structure we have, so going the other way may not be optimal because folks are used to paying, based on the blocks we have. But, maybe there are other kind of ways to encourage conservation without necessarily making the structure more aggressive. On the water side, you feel maybe a little bit better about it, but then even then, that's sort of a judgment call on, like you mentioned, the irrigation and that sort of thing. So, but at least there's a little more kind of direct control over that aspect of it.
Yeah, I think right now, two compromises that could be looked at, one for electrical and several for water. The one compromise is just add one more tier into the electrical. So it'd be 0 to 1, 1 to 2, 2 to 3, and then 3 above. And that way, that might give a little more break in the summertime. So that's something at least to think about.
Yeah, I think we look at the distribution and, we certainly looked annually, and it could be what happens is like, it's not so much different users in these different segments as, some of these bills are more winter bills, and then you get, a lot of, it's like it's the same folks, but they're up here. So that's a reason to, I guess, be careful with something like this. So that's definitely noted. We can take that away and just double check the summer winter sort of distribution and see whether we're really talking about, and it's probably a mix, larger homes, or we're really talking about just, it's the same folks just at different times of the year, which is not really, we want to be careful with that.
But I don't think we shouldn't be afraid of adding another tier or two, if that's one of the concerns. So, but because they've got 3 right now, and I'm suggesting a 4th, and so we're looking at saying the same thing. Look at the data, but also look at adding a tier or so.
Right. Now it'd be 1, 2, 3 is kind of what you were as the cutoffs. Okay. This is just sort of starting to dig into the impact, and again, this is based on different levels of usage, and then just the percentiles of where the bills are, where the bills fall. Now, your point is well taken that we should probably double check the summer, just because it may be that rather than folks getting a break, everyone sort of getting a break below 1,000. It could be that they get a break in the winter, and then they pay more in the summer. So that's something to consider. But on the other hand, we are trying to we're trying to balance sort of what behavior change we think we can influence with the structure and what makes sense against the impacts. So basically what this is showing is on that solid line, just the percentage change in the usage component of the bill. So if you look like below 1,000, that component would go down a little bit from where it is. You get up to 2,000, which again is like your 85th percentile, would go up slightly, and then it kind of rises from there, and then eventually falls a little bit because there's a limit to what you can do on that upper tier without raising the lower tier the middle tier really high. So this is kind of, I think, the consideration. I think we're just to give a sense of what the impact of the change would be, and also demonstrating that, if we want to charge more past certain thresholds or make the structure more aggressive, this is sort of the way to look at that impact. But I guess it noted that to some extent we may be talking about the same customers at different times of the year, so we want to be careful there.
Now, is the black line what's current and the green line is what you're suggesting? Is that what I understand?
No, the green line is the percentile at that level. So so for example, at 2,000, 85% of the bills are at 2,000 or less. At 1,000, 56% of the bills are at 2,000 or less.
But again, we're not sure what what time of the year this is at, or is it?
It's just their annual bills.
Okay.
So it could be that, it's probably a mix. So there may be folks sort of in between.
Okay.
But yeah, their annual,
Yeah.
it's all the bills throughout the year.
But is it annually divided by 12?
No. It's the distribution of all of the bills. So every single bill has a usage level, and this is sort of the frequency distribution of that.
Okay, yeah, because I guess
And then-
I have a really hard time following these graphs. And so I'm not sure exactly how much they're going to help us at the joint meeting. But to say that, yeah, I think I'm having a hard time following what you're saying is a bill, because we know that in the summertime, a large house could well go over 4,000 kilowatt hours, no problem at all. So on the graph preceding, when you have 4,000 being a very small percentage, you've got all the houses over the hill, you got some of the houses near the golf course. I have a hard time believing that they're not using, that's only 15%. So I totally agree with Ned that these are very confusing, and I'm not sure it really shows the major extent to the customer during a heavy time. And if we were to go to gas, if we get rid of gas, which they threatened us in the legislation in 2023, they were trying to pass if I understood correctly, they were trying to get rid of Southwest gas, and we went to all electric in Boulder City or in Nevada, then you would have your winter and your summer bills are going to be high. And so, we won't have to do that now, but we still have to think about that. So we really do have to get a way to look at how customers are affected at the high end and the low end.
Yeah, we can look at that. I will say this is the count. This is the frequency distribution of all the bills. So you don't have that many over 4,000, according to the data you have.
Yes, that's the data. That's sometimes a bad part with statistics. Statistics
Yeah,
don't lie, but it depends on how you utilize it. So a frequency, by saying what you did, and we don't have time to go over it in major detail, but I don't see that these frequencies help us. It would be better, I think, to take 2 to 4 months. You'd take like January, March, July or August, something like that.
Right. No, I think your point, and I believe it was Ned that said this too, is well taken, that it could be that it's different folks sort of along this distribution. What I'm saying is it doesn't appear based on the data that you have that many bills over 4,000 specifically, even in the summer, because this is the count of all the bills. So I think it makes sense to look seasonally, so I'm not going to argue with you on that, for sure, and we can certainly dig into the detail more. But if this isn't helpful, I'm happy to move on from it.
Would it be
And
helpful
we
to
can-
break this into maybe 6-month intervals? 'Cause, 6-month quote-unquote winter time and 6-month quote-unquote summertime? Just, it would define it better.
I think instead of a frequency, I think it's better to try to pick an actual month. We can understand, we sort of all understand what our sort of bills are in certain months' times. It's easier than a 6-month and
I
yearly.
was just thinking from a graph standpoint and trying to grab as much information as they can.
Yeah,
I get it.
yeah,
Whatever
I-
works.
I still think it's.
I think if we looked at July or even August, because those are going to be your hottest months, and that's when it's going to hurt the most, and affect the most people if their bills are up. And maybe the numbers will show different, but I'm thinking that we're going to see a lot of bills that are pretty high in July. And if that upper tier was really expensive, a lot of those people are going to suffer because they're going to turn it off. They can't
Right.
afford to.
And I think this will shift to the right. I'd agree with that.
So,
So I
And
think
this
we
will
look at
come,
least
this will
July
come
and then-
down. Go
That
ahead.
that would be the one, July or August.
yeah. I think
Yeah,
August has sort of
yeah.
shifted lately where it's more times.
So we'd want to look probably at the billing month after your highest usage month, so that we sort of capture, because there's a little bit of a lag there. But I think we could look at a couple summer months and a couple winter months, maybe rethink how to show this. But the idea is basically, where to set those tiers, and and what that structure should be. So I think that makes sense.
Okay. Yeah, if we jump to the water really quick, go to that tier quickly, I think we can just sort of go with there and then maybe avoid the other, skip through the other one. Yeah, that one right there. So
Yep.
I'll just make a few comments and then what everybody else wants. Again, I think on this one, if we added at least one more tier, so the 0 to 5, 5 to 10, 10 to 25, that might want to look at those, but I think the biggest thing you're going to want to do is have an above 30, is the top end of 30 or 35, because I'm not sure. So we're going from 60 down to 25. Even if we went to 30, that's still cutting in half. That's a big jump in conservation in one time frame. If we want to get down
Sure.
there, maybe that's not too bad. But I would say consider doing that over time, not in one shot.
Right, or not dropping it, either add a tier or don't drop it quite as far.
Exactly.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
for the reason that being that if we make it too high, we're going to totally lose that water that would be sold, and so our revenue stream is going to go down quite a bit if we make it
Right.
too high.
Yeah, and this is a pretty, I get that maybe this needs some work, or maybe it's a different comparison, but this is a pretty aggressive change, I'd say, on the water side. But just wanted to kind of demonstrate maybe, how far this could potentially be taken. We could always back off of this either by adding a tier, reducing the steepness a little bit, or some combination of things that, so we don't, maybe back off of this a little bit.
Also, adding more tiers to me gives people better incentive,
That's what I think
right?
too.
To cut
Yeah.
down just a little. If I cut down just a little bit, I can get in this
In the next
lower
tier.
range, right?
Right.
But if you got a big gap in it, it's I'm not going to make
Well,
it.
and,
then you just
and the
gotta
thing
give
to keep
up.
in mind too is you do get the benefit of the lower tiers because everyone goes through all the tiers. It's just, if you get below, then your unit cost drops, for the upper tier. But
It's just a simpler goal to reach is what I'm getting at. I guess it's.
yeah, sure, yeah. It's like, oh, well, if I kept it under 60 or 30 or whatever, I
Yeah.
could have.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yep. Yep.
Okay.
And then the other thing is so commercial, I understand you reviewed commercial, but there were some problems. Can you do something similar for just the commercial rate? Not, I guess electric would be the best way to do it. I think there was
Be the under 300 kW
Yes.
would be the one. Yeah, I
Right.
wouldn't, because the over is only six customers.
Right.
I think we could look at maybe putting some under the 60, which I think is the lower.
Exactly. That's the minimum you'd want to do.
Right. And And basically you'd almost be creating kind of a subgroup of sort of, it's kind of like the shoe store sort of thing, like
Right.
a smaller business. I think you just want to be careful on, if you do that, what you do to the upper tiers, because unlike an individual, and again, maybe we're set aside electric here because we really want to be careful there because it's really the age of your home and your air conditioner. But on water, it's like you have some choice of, what you do with your landscaping and your lawn watering and that sort of thing. With a business, just want to make sure that we're not penalizing anyone for the type of business they have, knowing that the overall goal is conservation, but there's we don't want to penalize them because they just happen to be a larger user, but just based on the nature of their business.
No,
So yeah.
what I think would be helpful, and I'm not sure how feasible it is and whether you can sort of see it in the bills, by especially, by seeing what the name of it is. We don't have to see that, but you can see that as far as looking at it, but coming across with something that we can understand. Because what I'm looking at your data, what I'm seeing is that in water for commercial, almost half of the water is above 550,000 gallons. So they're above the tier. So what would be interesting is to understand, is that water being used for the public and the customers, or is it waste? And if we could prove it was waste, they should be paying for it. If it's for the benefit of the customer or the public, then we don't want to overcharge. I totally agree. But it
Yeah,
would just
I think,
be nice
the
to
other
understand.
observation too, and I think you may have seen this. I don't think you wouldn't have seen this in the prior version, but in the new version, it has the breakdown of bills. And even though a lot of the water is in the upper tiers, most of the bills are in the lower tiers. So you have a lot of small users and a couple really big ones.
And that's why we'd want the lower tier. That's why we want
Right.
it under 60, so we can give somebody that doesn't use that much water a break.
Yeah, I think it's somewhat a policy call with some of that stuff, obviously, because it just But yeah, I think we don't necessarily want. We can definitely investigate, the usage, the summer, the winter. We just don't. We don't want to go too far, I think, in looking at individual customers and what their mindset is with how they use the water. You know what I mean?
In most of the cases, but again, if somebody is just wasting the water, then why are they going to get away with it? So
Yeah, I don't.
I
It
hear
might
what
be
you're saying.
difficult,
It
yeah,
and
yeah.
I think right now we are in a crunch, so maybe we can't go there for this round.
Yeah.
But I think we can do the lower tier.
Add a tier, right?
Do we just add the lower tier and then we figure out if we can do the upper or not? Maybe we can't.
So
Right.
just to kind of jump in on the conservation with the water, I mean, the way the Las Vegas Valley Water District handles it, kind of from SNWA's point of view, is an excessive use charge. And they look at each quarter, each season, the top 10% of users. And then they've established, for winter, 14,000 gallons, spring, 16,000 gallons, summer, 28,000 gallons, and then fall, 26,000 gallons. Above that is the top 10% of users in residential.
In residential, yeah.
So, and just in residential, that's something we could consider doing instead of modifying the structure. Just say, okay, we're going to have an excessive use charge. If you want to use more than this amount seasonally, then
Right.
then that's that limit, and it would be to Boulder City, not necessarily Las Vegas Valley Water District.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we can
go
look
ahead.
at it. Again, we just need to, I think if we can just sort of gear it down a little bit instead of going from 60 to 25 in the
Right.
water for the residents, and then just trying to get under, I think if we start looking at the commercial, because again, I totally agree, we don't want to charge the commercial more and it's just going to get passed on to the resident or the customer. That's not right. But if we work within our costs that we have, we add an extra tier or so and sort of spread it out a little bit, I think you can still work with it where it's not hurting anybody.
Right. The kind of extreme version of the excessive use, which I've seen other places, is, and I don't think this would work here, it may not work in our existing billing system, but you can look at sort of winter usage, average winter usage, and set the blocks as a percentage of that. It may be, so for example, it wouldn't be a fixed block. It'd be like, well, if you go over 150% of your winter usage, that usage is at a higher rate. And then you're not penalizing someone for just basically having a bigger family, and that sort of thing. Now, you'd still ding people in the summer versus the winter, so it may make sense to just sort of evaluate the excessive use thing. But in the end, whenever you set an average, you're still going to have some exceptions. But I guess what Las Vegas Valley Water District has done is said, if you're in the top 10% in the summer, like that's going to be our cutoff to what we consider sort of excessive.
Okay, so what Joe was saying, so yeah, I think we can look at it, and that it's something to definitely look at. We just got to be careful. Again, something we might shoot for, but let's not go from 0 to 100 in one shot.
Right. Yeah, I think what I'm hearing with both of these things is let's look seasonally and make sure this is reasonable and we're not dinging kind of the same people at different times of the year. And then maybe let's, can we be perhaps a little less aggressive and in the way this is structured, especially on the water, knowing that people have to adjust, and then also there's risks to our revenue the more aggressive we make the structures.
Right. And
Okay.
I think we might want to do that with the bill impacts that you've got in this couple of slides. That might be better to understand that if you break it out a little differently too.
Sure.
So I think if we can, maybe we jump to slide 21. Well, I guess not jump, but go to slide 21. And I think that one's important to get that concept down.
Yeah. So basically what I've done is I've taken the rates and broken them out. I guess it's sort of missing a step in here in that we did kind of increase them slightly anyway, but we can certainly talk about that. Don't necessarily have to do that, but there's kind of two things going on. One is, would it make sense to kind of separate out those two components, sort of our delivery costs within the fixed charge, and then I guess we already separate out the supply kind of component and the way the in lieu of the way that's recovered. So it's just kind of caring for that sort of separating out so they can see, okay, here's if our fixed charge is $27 or $29, how much of that do we really have control over versus what we're sort of it's just sort of baked into our costs. So that was the thought there. And then the other observation is that we have relatively high rates for our large meter sizes, and they're not all really treated consistently. For example, a 5/8 inch residential meter is non-residential meter is actually lower than a 5/8 inch residential meter. And then if you look at the 1 inch, it's actually higher than the 1 inch, and then the 1 inch below is the same, but they don't quite align. And you'd expect the charge to be the same for the same meter size. So the thought was, can we sort of get to a place where the meter sizes kind of align with more of the capacity of the meter, which is the kind of more standard way of doing it, and then maybe with a little bit of a twist looking at usage per account by meter size, to sort of recognize the fact that if you have the folks with larger meters do tend to use more of the capacity of the meter. So kind of a blend of those two options. Now, the one challenge with reducing the large meter sizes is to recover the same amount of revenue. We do shift costs to the smaller meters. So we sort of couple that concept with a slight reduction in fixed revenue recovery, pushing that to the volume charges, which again is, kind of more in favor of conservation, recovering more on a volumetric basis anyway, and landed on sort of a lower adjustment to those smaller meters than would otherwise be the case. And I recognize that on the right-hand two columns, it looks really wild, but it's really just reflective of the fact that, you know, our existing structure doesn't, the relationships between the meter sizes, they're not really what you'd expect. So making that change does change things quite a bit. And in the end, I think what we've got in that cost per month makes a little bit more sense for what you typically see for the different meter sizes. But I do recognize that that does come with some impacts. Tried to kind of balance that as much as we could there. So,
You know, I might, and this is a question for Joe maybe, because my understanding over the years was it seems like all the old houses had 5/8 inch meters, and at some point they went to 3/4 inch meters, and then 30, 40 years ago they went to, everybody had 1-inch meters going into their house. And so I don't know if it's actually a real representation of the size of house or lot, or whether it's just what the time period that it was done, because I know I built a house in 1970 something, and it had a 1-inch meter on it. And it seemed like everybody in town had a 1-inch meter. Everything new that was going on from that point on had a 1-inch meter. And so I just assumed that they just went, and I wasn't in the water department, so I didn't know how that worked, but it seemed to me that just about everything new over the last several years was always a 1-inch meter. The older ones were 3/4 inch or 5/8. And so it's not a real good indication of maybe the use or the size of yard, at least on those three sizes of meters. And I may be wrong, but it may be worth checking out, because it may not necessarily correlate to exactly how much they're using just because they have a larger meter. It might just be when they happen to build their house or the house was built.
right. And I think one thing that is a little unusual, although I don't know that it's the only place I've seen this, is that base size is the 1-inch meter. Typically you'd see it go down to, you know, the 3/4 inch or 5/8 inch size and have like a little bit of differentiation between those two smallest sizes and the 1-inch. I don't know that this is the only place I've seen the 1-inch be kind of the starting point, but that's certainly a consideration there. I think the idea with the meter size thing is just to say that, you know, not necessarily at the smallest size, but as you get bigger, at some point it's a reflection of, you know, your potential demand on the system. And we want to recognize that larger customers have, you know, essentially more access to the capacity of our system. That's kind of the thought behind the AWWA capacity factors and those relationships. And then the other question would be, you know, does it make sense to look at how much capacity is actually utilized, and is there sort of a balance there? But at the smallest sizes right now, we're sort of treating everyone the same anyway. It's really just the bigger sizes where things get scaled up. And I'm not necessarily disagreeing with scaling it up, or even the base size, just so much as it seemed like the larger meter sizes were a little bit out of whack from what we would expect.
Well, I've got several comments on this one. First off, I think there was a reason that and maybe this isn't the proper place to have it, maybe it's more in the water, but one of the reasons you have the difference between the residential and the commercial lower end was that and that's another reason I'm really careful about raising it more, is that between 2017 and 2019, the fixed charge was raised 104% for residential, and it was raised 84% for commercial. And the reason that was done, at least my understanding is similar to what your study was last time, was that a cost of service had been done in 2012, and they were saying it would be prudent to look at giving the commercial a break. And so that's what they did, is they only charged them 84%.
Only at 84%.
Only 84%, whereas the residential's got 104%. So,
Right.
but that's the exact reason I wanted to look at the rate structure and not a cost of service, was because then if we need to restructure this, so maybe that's not, you're saying restructure the structure, then we want a starting point that we can go forward with. And so anything that we just what I'm calling peanut butter percentage on, I think it's problematic because you're not going to follow that forward as easily in 10 years. So this one, I guess if we need to reevaluate it and start at a new spot, maybe again, do we have time to do it in this one, or do we need to say we need to do a good study and then figure it out? But we do consider it that my understanding, the intent of at least the 27 and the 22 was you were giving the commercial a break, and then as the higher went up. The other thing was is that you've got to consider that what you're using it for. Let's see if I can get the definition properly. And I think we need to make sure we're understanding that. So please indulge me. In the water resolution, it says a service charge is applied to all water customer service based on meter size. This component of water bill is driven by cost independent of water consumption and will be charged whether or not the property is occupied and may be adjusted at any time pursuant to this chapter. Expenditures that influence this charge include but are limited to system replacement cost, service and mainline maintenance, infrastructure, and the infrastructure, so it's important here, infrastructure and other related charges from the Southern Nevada Water Authority, not the infrastructure of Boulder City, but the infrastructure related to that in lieu of charge, and administrative costs. So my takeaway is that you're looking at the replacement cost, you're looking at the mainline cost, you're looking at the recouping the cost for the bill collection, so in the admin fee, and we're doing Southern Nevada Water Authority. So when we go to the volume amount, that should, in my opinion, should be going to the service charge, to the water charge, not this service charge.
The volume charge.
The
Well,
volume charge,
Under
the volume charge,
We're
yeah.
trying to use the same language everybody else is using, and we keep changing the words.
Yep,
So it's the volume charge we're gonna take as the variable on the meters. Sorry to interrupt, but I've bought about 15 water meters in my life, and what they do with the different sizes is they throttle the orifice in the meter. So it's a 1-inch body with a 5/8, 3/4, or 1-inch orifice. That's how they do this. Okay, so like I said 3 years ago, the water meter cost for a residential water meter 1-inch and a commercial water meter 1-inch, there's no difference. So the water meter charge should be no difference. When you get to the bigger meters, they should be ramped up and ratioed accordingly. I've got anywhere from a 2-inch water meter on a residence to a 1-inch meter to a 3/4. The 1-inch, 3/4, and 1/2-inch were all the same bodies with a smaller or larger orifice in for the GPM to go through the meter.
But
That's what it's done.
aren't we talking, but we're not talking about we're not talking about meter cost, we're talking about rates per meter.
But that's what
Right.
the rate per meter is figured on, is the cost of the meter.
exactly. That's what if I read it too fast, that's the key issue. It's talking about, see what we have in the resolution is replacement cost, service and mainline. So we're not, and it says it does not take into consideration of water consumption.
Yeah, I get that, thanks. The light did come on, but
Well, yeah, I mean, we're talking about a cost buildup. So what goes into, is it, unless we have it, and maybe we do, and the 22, the current rates we have exactly recover those things. The question would be, what, if we don't change the resolution, then I guess the meter charges have to recover those things, and we would need to define what those are. I would say that, or determine what those dollar amounts are that reflect those specific things. I will say it's pretty unusual to have the exact costs that go into something like that defined in the way that it is in your current resolution. Typically, it's just that this is the charge, it's per month, it's based on meter size, and that's sort of the end, rather than saying, here are the exact things it recovers in the resolution. Now, you may structure the charge and say, okay, here's how I came up with it, but to have it so prescriptive is pretty unusual.
And sorry, because
No, go ahead.
we're short on
I know.
time. So,
Yeah.
but I think, so restructuring this, I don't have a problem with looking at it at all. But I think what I'm trying to get at is similar to the electric in that you've got, okay, we start off and we have in this case, is called a service charge, which is what you're calling a fixed charge. And so the water and electric aren't the same. These are looked at differently. And they use the meter size to sort of do something, to do it. So maybe this rate structure can be adjusted, and maybe this is not the proper way to give the commercial a break, and we need to use it in the usage aspect. Maybe that needs to be considered too. So this one could probably be some readjustment, but I think we want to be careful. I think it'd be better to keep the fixed charge related to a fixed charge and not related to a delivery charge and related to a volume charge. So you would have this service charge, which is a fixed charge, which is what I think all we're looking at here is not related. So that's the thing. When you say per unit, when you've got per unit on at the bottom of the residential, what does that relate to? So
Are you looking at the slide?
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm
per
looking-
unit is per multifamily unit, because those rates are the same.
well,
Right
It's
now,
the same
yeah.
as the 5/8 through 1 inch.
Right.
But my question, I look at this and I immediately think, with the non-residential rates like they are those to help promote small business or help small businesses? I mean, having a lower rate on the 3/8, on the 3/4 and the 5/8 compared to residential, wouldn't that be something to help promote small business?
that's what I was assuming, that it was a commercial break, and so
But it's only for the really, really small ones, right?
Correct. So I guess that's the thing is there again. So I guess the thing is, okay, what happened is you went from $14 in 2016 to $37 in 2019. So now we can't say that we're actually collecting, we're actually even following H. It was all percentages. It was just a percentage. So we aren't saying
It was a flat dollar amount. It was $10, right?
No, it was
$10
14.
across
It was 10. It was $5 for electric in 2016. It was $14 for, and it was per meter. So it started at $14 and went up at the smaller meter. So
But the reduction was $10 to all meter sizes.
that
wasn't
was last
Okay.
time, because
Gotcha.
we were just, and that was one of the recommendations you had, Raf Tillis had, and we agreed with that because it went up so high. It went up 104%. It's like, this is
Right.
ridiculous.
Yep.
So what I'm saying is that the starting point we're at now isn't a good indicator of what we're actually charging or what we're trying to collect. Maybe that's the thing. Maybe say it right. So I think reviewing this is a great idea, and it is what I was asking for, is to look at the rate structure.
Right.
But I think the volume of water used might not be correct for this application. And so we would have, the volume of water is in your delivery charge. The volume of water might not be for the meter, or we need to redefine things.
Right. Well, I'm not using the volume of water. I mean, and it may be just that, all we've had is the slide, and now now you've got the buildup of how I sort of came up with this. But I'm using the ratios, two sets of ratios to restructure this. One is the capacity of the meter, and the other is the average usage at the size. But what I'm essentially doing is taking our existing fixed revenue and redistributing it based on those two ratios to come up with the new charges that, again, align a little bit more with what you'd expect in terms of industry standards. The one thing you've highlighted that we may want to think about is if we have the resolution, if we leave the resolution as is, then we may need a buildup that comes up with rates that are based on those specific costs, which again, I would say is unusual. But if we want to keep H as it is, then we'd have to come up with, okay, what is the cost of the meter, the main line, et cetera, and that's what would go into it. Or we would need to change the resolution to either be more general or include, broader category of costs.
Yeah, so it might not hurt to to try to do something with some of the larger meters, to see if we
Right.
reduce them this time to reasonable, but not make any major change, if any, in this resolution, but look at changing the resolution definition, and then
Right.
spending a year to figure out how we can make it better. Because I'm not sure
Right.
we have all the facts, we can get all the facts in 2 months. And do we even have 2 months? We've got, maybe 2 months.
I mean, it sounds like the concern is about increasing those small sizes after we've decreased them in response to the prior 184% increases from before. So we'd like to not see those small sizes go up in an ideal world, because we had already kind of decreased them and said they were too high.
Right, and because one
Okay.
suggestion I put into was for the larger meters is reduce them by 17%, because that was the last increase we did in 2019, there was a 17% increase. So if you just take that
Right.
increase away to the large meters, that's a way to start maybe making it a little more fair. And then we can, I think I'd like to understand how the numbers actually break out, what you
Sure.
did. And haven't been able to see that yet, because I'm
Right.
just trying to break the number out. Maybe can make a little more understanding, but I'm sorry, we're running out of time. So I
Right.
guess to get the committee's opinion, whether to do something in this time frame or just say we can look at it, but if we don't have time to get the proper data, then put it off to the next resolution. I'll go again really quick. Ned, what do you think?
Good question.
That's a good question. Yeah, it depends on how bad we need the revenue. I mean, are we that far out of whack right now that we can afford to tweak it a little bit and make it work? Or can we afford to give it some time and take a look at it in depth and make it work at that point?
It's not as much about additional revenue as it is just changing how it's recovered between the different meter sizes. Actually reduce the revenue overall a little bit.
If we change the resolution to get a different terminology, I think we could still sort of leave it as it is, and we could sort of work going forward still. So we could still make it work with us and use your terminology to get it. But if we do the conservation of the volume right, we might not need this.
Yeah, and I wouldn't have a resolution so prescriptive. It's very unusual. Even if you want to demonstrate to folks, when you set the rates, here's sort of what went into it. I mean, typically they're more general than what you have. It kind of limits what you can do. And in theory, what we should be doing is having a rate that includes just those things. And I don't know that we know what's in there, at
No,
this
we
point.
don't, because it was raised,
Yeah.
so we don't, I guarantee we don't. So, that's the thing I'm saying, so that's the reason I think it's gonna take a little more time, and the city needs to sort of see what they would prefer, and what would, as long as it doesn't hamper the commercial or the citizens, then it's gonna take a little bit of tweaking, fine tuning to do it, so that's what, I don't know if we can do that in 2 months or not. So, okay, Marty, what do you think? Sorry.
I think just leave it the way it is and then work on it going forward.
Andy?
I think there's too many variables right now to make a decision to do it now. I think it's got to be put off for a while.
Greg?
I agree. It's got to be postponed for a while.
Is that okay with you, Joe?
What exactly are you guys wanting to postpone?
Well, I think instead of, especially raising the lower end rate, we're at 27 right now, and this would raise us to 29 and then continue up additional, I think. And then they're also looking at raising the non-residential to the same as the residential, which is given a break, as Andy's pointing out, to the smaller commercial users, which a lot of the mom and pops, and hopefully would be something we'd want to think about. So we're just saying, let's just leave the rates as they are. Maybe we could reduce some of the higher ones, because we all agree that those could be too high. But what variables can we understand in 2 months that we get the right product out, and what do we have to put off? That's what I'm afraid of. Does that make sense? The variables, there's too many variables.
Yeah, no, I think I'm understanding, but you're not wanting to change the structure of the dispersion?
No, I don't think so. No, it's just a matter of, but the one thing would also be looked at is the section H, additional charges in the resolution. Collins has got a point. Does the city like it that way? Or is it put that way 20, that one I don't know what's been in there, but I wouldn't be surprised it's been in there 20 years or better. I have it down when it was added. I just don't have it with me. I do, but we don't have time. So anyway, is it still valid? And that's the whole thing I'm asking about this rate structure. Is it a valid issue? So I think we need to look at it more closely, because what we're collecting is not necessarily, the 27 doesn't necessarily collect what we said in H. So instead of trying to say we want to match H, I think what we're thinking is, do we want to redo H and then look at what we want to do? And we don't think we can do that in 2 months.
So not make any changes to H then is what I'm.
No, actually, you might consider doing it if you can make it, but maybe you don't make it to H, and then you say, okay, we're going to do H and the change in the next resolution. Maybe that is the better way to do it.
Okay.
So, but I think we're saying there's a lot of data here, and we don't think we can go through it in 2 months.
Yeah, I'd be inclined to change H to something more general,
Yes.
and then you have flexibility to do what you want. What I've suggested here is sort of a standard way of looking at it, but we do have policy discretion, which includes just taking away the 17%, keeping some version of what we have, reducing the larger ones without increasing the smaller ones, and that sort of thing. So H doesn't really allow us the flexibility to, well, I don't know. It doesn't allow us the flexibility to determine what costs go into the total bucket, because we sort of, in theory, should be following those groupings of things. But if we keep it, it is going to be more complicated to figure out what needs to go in there, because we have to kind of define those things. If we make it more general, maybe we have time to change it, or maybe this just, this aspect of it just waits till next time.
Yeah, since we're so short on time, if the committee is okay with Joe and I continuing to talk, and then we can try to come back with something for the 26th, is that okay with Joe?
Yeah, I don't know if that's necessarily. I'll still work with you on the 26th. We're having the joint workshop, so I don't think there's any action that's going to be taken then.
No, but at least we would have a better idea of how to present it to the council.
Sure.
And
Sure.
so I think we know what the committee wants. Everybody's saying the variables are pretty, so if for some reason we can get the variables squared away in 2 months, then maybe we can come back on the 26th saying, oh, this can be handled. If we're saying, no, it's too much, then no, we need to put it off. But I think, and then also we'll have a little bit of time to figure out what H might be.
Right. I've gathered to generalize H in the resolution.
Yep.
Okay.
So does that sound good, everybody?
Yes.
Sounds good to me.
Okay, thank you. Quickly, Collins, can we skip to I think the billing, we just really short on time. Can we skip to a quick idea of I don't know, is there a quick way to do these rate adjustments, the handouts? Can we just skip to those?
Yeah, I can call them up.
Well, the last thing, I guess, before is really
Sure,
quickly,
yep.
on the very last slide. So you're stating that it's a final result. So on the very last slide, April 26th, final results to UAC and City Council. What
Maybe that
documents
should
are we
be,
expecting?
It's a workshop, so I think the thought was, and Joe, correct me if I'm wrong here, it's still a workshop, so there is time to discuss and potentially tweak. I think between us and the committee, we'd want to have a sense of what we wanted to present, right, and kind of agree on that. And I guess maybe the idea is more sort of draft final results, to the council and committee for sort of consideration, I don't get the sense that there's a lot more time after that to make further changes. So I think we'd want it to be pretty close. But there's no action being taken. So final maybe a little bit, maybe it should be a lowercase f.
But are we talking about a report? Because last time you did a
There's
really
no
nice.
report.
No,
Yeah, it just, nope, it would be it'd be the rate, so something like a handout like this.
Okay.
And then a presentation explaining, similar to this one.
Would you
explaining the
possibly be able to
rationale
do an executive summary?
Well, we're not really scoped to write anything. We would just be presenting, and so I think we'd have to talk about what might be useful. I don't think going through, I think we want to be comfortable with the details, us and the committee and staff. I don't think we'd want to go through, and I'm not suggesting you're saying this, but I don't think we'd want to go through line by line at that point. But we could discuss maybe about what that looks like. But yeah, we weren't looking at writing a report for this. It would be, combination of here are the rates, maybe draft resolutions if we're ready at that point, and then a slide presentation and discussion.
Okay.
Was what my understanding.
But my understanding, so what I heard you say just a minute ago was that your timeline is not finished at the 26th. There is a little time and money. We wouldn't be going over budget to ask for a little bit more work after the 26th. Did I hear right?
Yeah, I don't think there's a hard stop on the 26th, if that's what you're asking.
My understanding was it was the final product on the 26th and it was a hard stop.
Yeah, I guess it's a workshop, so I'm trying to think of what if it is a hard stop, but it's a workshop, sort of what is our role? But we didn't necessarily budget based on a timeline. It's just that's when we thought we needed to be done.
Okay, well, yeah, I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to cut you off. We're just out of time,
Yeah.
so.
No, I understand. We can work through that.
I can talk to
Yeah.
Joe a little bit. I don't want to do anything that's gonna cause extra money, so I'm just trying to
No.
understand the
That's
facts.
I don't. Yeah, we can work through that. That's not an issue. But we should get that clarified. And I apologize that was a little unclear on the side. I'm sure.
So just looking at the budget schedule, for the fiscal year, we've got a budget meeting, if needed, May 9th, 2023. That's on the schedule. That's, if needed. So the next Utility Advisory Committee would be the first Wednesday in May. So we have that, to take action on. The committee has that to take action. And so the 26th was selected to try and get this done within the budget, the final results. But if there's some changes, then the committee has recommendations. In that first meeting in May, I think it could still be presented in this budget.
Right, so I think what I'm understanding though, and I'll ask Angela when we get to the budget timeframe, is that we actually have two steps. The one step is to make sure that the budget allows to spend the money you need to spend. And so as long as we're saying in the rate process you have the money to do that, then we have the time to tweak what we need to put in the resolution. So I don't see why we have to approve the rate process at the same time we do the budget.
So you do have to put, because we're going to increase rates, if you don't do it at the same time as the budget process, we have to do a small business impact study. So that's why we would really like it to go through with the budget.
But okay, but still, I'm evidently not explaining myself properly. We can agree that a rate process has to be done. We agree that there is a rate increase needed,
Okay.
especially for electric. Because that was the question. I still not sure that I didn't get a chance in the process to make why the wastewater needs to go up. I don't know that there's any indication in the process that really that's a need. But we would have to look and see about that later. We just don't have any time. We're out of time.
So are we still with Colin, or are we?
Yes, still.
Okay.
Colin.
I'm here.
Okay, good.
So really quickly, because I guess what I'm saying is that if we have to have this done in the first part of May, we don't have time to tweak, and that's problematic. We're not going to get a good product in a resolution if we have to have it done by May. I just don't see how it's gonna happen. So I'm just trying to give some additional time to the committee and the city to get the best product we can get in a resolution. So we can all agree we need to establish a rate increase to help the budget. So we don't need to do it separately, but I guess I'm confused, and maybe we can bring it up on the 26th, is what steps we have to have in place to say the rate, we agree with the budget. I guess I just want to make sure.
When the council approves the final budget, the last meeting in May, that's when everything needs to be decided, is that, at that meeting.
So, but do you have to have the numbers for the rates, or just agree that that you have to?
You need the number, we would need to know what we're changing the fees to. Yes.
Okay, well, yeah, so we'll have to, yeah, it's just complicated with the time frame, so it makes it worse. Yeah, so we no longer have 2 months, we have 1 month. So it's very problematic. So, to try to go through some of the details we talked about. So, okay. Again, because I'd also like to ask, why. So Collins, what, in the sheets, we're out of time, so is there something that you want to show or explain to the committee on those 3 handouts?
No, it was basically just to show you all of the rates because, we're just kind of showing snippets of sort of the ideas, the concepts. So, happy to go through it if you think there's time, but basically the logic is we're restructuring residential and commercial blocks in the handout. We're unbundling, so you can see that broken out. Maybe the terminology needs some work to make sure that it's clear what's going on. And then the other rates, at least as in the handout, are essentially just increasing based on the amount of overall revenue need for each of the funds. So we're really just, the only real changes are residential and commercial block rates and the fixed charges on water, the service charge in this handout. And the others just go up based on the overall kind of revenue need after you've done the unbundling. So it was just rather than trying to cram it all into a slide, just sort of show the total picture. Because I think we're focused on the right things, which is residential and small commercial electric, for making decisions. Because the other ones, they're more complicated, but it doesn't impact very many customers. So not necessarily anything to go through, especially if we think there may be sort of further changes in terms of adding blocks and working with the fixed charge. I'm not sure it makes sense to go through these now if they're going to change somewhat.
Yeah, the one thing that I would suggest, where you can see it here really quickly, is for the electric and water, is I would suggest in electric, the customer charge, instead of increasing it by a percentage, look at increasing it by like $2.50 or something like that.
Sure, yeah.
And then figure out what you need in the future. So does the committee, would the committee agree to that?
Yeah, I'd cover that.
Okay, so we got an approval on that.
More of a fixed dollar amount.
Yeah, so it's going from $10 to $12.50, and then find out, so by the time you get to 2008, you're at $12.99. Do we need to increase it or not? So, but you'd have more revenue up until that point.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm happy to sort of make it more of a fixed dollar expectation and or round off some of these things. They're obviously kind of all down to the penny right now.
Okay. So if it's okay, then I'll work with Joe.
Yep.
And if the committee's okay with that, since we're short on time, and then try to do the best thing we can for the 26th, and try to work with you to see what we maybe fine tune some of these things.
Yep. Sounds good.
Okay. Any other comments before we let Collins go?
Nope.
Any guests for you, Colin, to us?
No, just appreciate the time and patience going through everything. There's, it's an art, not a science. There's some science involved. So there's lots of ideas and just trying to get to a point where things make sense to you all and meet your objectives, meet the city's objectives. So appreciate the time.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you for your patience and your cooperations. I greatly appreciate it.
Thank you, Colin.
No problem. Thanks a lot.
Okay, so we are going to close out item number 2, and we're going to go to item number 4.
Hello.
Go ahead.
Everyone. Angela Mannanen, Budget Manager. So we're going to look at the utilities budget for fiscal year '24. And as you guys just spent a lot of time on, we're going through a rate study, so this is subject to change. So what is a budget? A budget is a fiscal plan setting out anticipated revenue and expenditures for accomplishing a variety of services over a given period of time. A budget is not cash. In order for money to be spent, it must be included in a budget. The operating budget is expenditures for the current period, and the capital budget shows a financial plan for a long-term capital improvements. So the process is preparation, expense estimates for departments in light of available resources. Then it's the approval process by the City Council, and it's then submitted to the State of Nevada Department of Taxation. Then implementation, and then evaluation and audit of performance of the budget throughout the year. So the administration fund, electric fund, water fund, wastewater fund, and landfill fund is what we're going to discuss today. This shows the last 4 years of the 4 utilities and the admin fund combined. So if you can see in fiscal year 23, it's fiscal year 21 and 22 are actuals, and fiscal year 23 shows budget and actuals. The expenses are high in fiscal year 23 because 32 million of that is capital improvement. The revenues are higher, and that's because we have $6.1 million in grants and also $2 million worth of voter-approved funds in there. So if we look at fiscal year 24, the expenses are about $40 million, and our revenues are at $33 million. Of that $33 million, only $1 million is a grant. And the breakdown of the the $40 million, 26% of that is CIP at $14 million. And so the way it's broken down into the 4 funds is it's $21 million in electric, $13 million in water, 4.6 in wastewater, and 1.4 in landfill. So looking at the utilities funding sources, this is at $33.6 million. As you can see, almost all of it is charged for services, so 93%. That little orange pie is the federal grant in wastewater for $1 million. And the blue, the $1.1 million, is the infrastructure tax in water. So you guys know this very well. Utilities have seen a large increase in the cost of energy and supplies for the capital improvement projects. And we are currently under a rate study with Reptiles to assist determining what revenue changes may be needed. So this is, again, the utilities as a whole. Almost 40% of the expenses for utilities is just the cost of water and power. Capital next year is at 34%, which is $14 million. Salaries are at 17%, including benefits at $6.6 million. The admin fund is supported by all 4 utilities and reflects a 0 revenue and 0 in expenses. The cost for the admin fund in fiscal year 24 is $3.7 million. That includes utility billing, which is $1.1 million. The utility director and staff that aren't associated to a specific utility. There's a $1 million interfund expense to the general fund that assists with human resources, IT, payroll, accounts payable, accounts receivable, and all the other services that the general fund provides utilities. There's also $308,000 in insurance costs and $45,000 in software costs such as CityWorks. So now going into the electric fund. If you look at fiscal year 23, the expenses are very high, but that is because of all the capital improvement projects we currently have going on. Of that $33 million, $19 million of it is capital improvement. And of the $18 million in revenue, $2 million of that is the sale of Track 349. So that's voter-approved funding. Going on to fiscal year 24, the current revenues are at $16 million, and expenses are $21 million, and of that, 3.9 is capital. All of the funding for the electric fund all comes from charge for services. So a breakdown in their expenses of the $21.3 million in expense, 47% of that is just purchasing electricity of the $9.9 million. Capital is $3.9 million at 25%, and salaries are at 21%. So the big change this year in electrical compared to last year was the cost of energy that was estimated at $7.3 million last year for fiscal year '24 is now at $9.9 million. And water, looking at it again for fiscal year '23, the expenses are higher than other years, and that again is due to capital improvement projects. There's $5.6 million in capital improvement projects, and the revenue is higher because there's $3.9 million of ARPA revenue in there. So looking at fiscal year '24, revenue is at $12 million, and expenses are at $13 million, and of that $13 million, $5 million is capital improvement projects. And again, the majority of water's revenues all come from charge for services. They do get $1.1 million in an infrastructure sales tax that can be used for capital improvement or for debt. The water fund expenses for '24 is $13.3 million. Of that, capital is $5.3 million, and just purchasing water is at $4.8 million. Salaries are at 18%. Good, you want me to go back? Okay, so a change in water from this year is that we reduced the cost of water, and that's due to projected conservation. So it's down to $4.8 million for fiscal year '24.
Okay, so then, unless I missed it, I apologize. So if I understand correctly, there's 2.8 million for the debt service that is
Yes.
being budgeted.
It winds up being included in capital.
I see that.
Yeah,
And that's one thing I want
Yeah.
to point out too, it's very confusing, because capital includes, if I understand correctly,
depreciation.
depreciation, and so there's no way to track it. We, as an individual, there's no way to understand what's in. You have to have another document to know what's in that amount.
Yes.
And so you don't try, it does not match any other report.
No. It does. It matches capital. You just would have to know capital costs are depreciation, debt, and capital costs. We do have an executive summary that's coming out later that will have it broken down.
Okay, okay. So are you going to continue to do the
Exact-
2.8, because that's $600,000 extra, or not?
That's going to be determined with the rate study and what is recommended. Finance, we're not saving a lot by spending $600,000, and if it keeps the rates low by keeping it in-house, we're okay with not paying it off till 2029.
What I would, if possible, is can we pay the principal at the beginning of the year?
We do.
Fiscal year?
We do. Well, no, I lied. Our payments are set up for, we can't pay early.
How come?
Well,
I
it's-
thought once
it's
a-
not-
I thought
it wouldn't-
22nd week.
It's not, we have a payment schedule where we can pay off additional principal early, but we can't we can't submit our payment early.
Okay, so so as of the fiscal years when we make payments, right?
We could pay the 600,000, like our additional payment, like if we were gonna do something like that, we can pay it off early, but we can't like send in our whole payment all at once.
I thought as of the June 22nd, we had flexibility. We couldn't do that before June 2022, but I thought as of June 22, we had the flexibility to pay things off
We do have the
differently.
flexibility to pay it off faster. We have gotten pushback trying to not pay our actual bill at the same time that it's due. And I can look into that further.
Because you can save, it's
little
over,
bit.
it's over $200,000 just in paying it in July instead of paying it different time of the year.
And that was our plan for when we were doing the 600.
Okay, but
But to pay 'em
but if
early?
you just pay what we have, you still save the money and by paying, which is what so if you could pay everything off, I believe that you save a reasonable amount. If you have to break the interest into a different time of the year, that's one thing. But if you can pay the principal off, then you're paying, of course, you're paying less. So
I
if you
agree.
could look into that, I'd greatly appreciate it.
We were trying, and we
Sorry.
received some pushback from the bank.
But
So
the-
we could
If
try
the
again.
contract states we can do it, then we should be able to push back.
It says we can pay it off early, but it doesn't, it's not necessarily if we make that payment, it's gonna count towards our payment. There's, I would
Yeah,
look
I would
into
look
it.
and see what the contract says. because the bank's probably, yeah, the bank's gonna push back, but if the contract says we have the,
We can do it.
we can do it. So I'm sorry, this is your business, but I'm just trying to do what,
I
help,
hear you.
help the rate process. So, okay, then that's good for that point, sorry, thank you.
Okay. So moving on to wastewater. So again, you see the big spike in fiscal year '23, and that, again, that's CIP. So of the $5.6 million in expenses, 3.7 is capital improvement projects. And you see the large jump also in revenue up to 4.4 million. 2.2 of that is our ARPA funding. So looking at fiscal year '24, have an additional $1.1 million in capital projects of the 4.6 million as current revenues of 3.2 million. So wastewater, 70% is the charge for services, and we have a $1 million federal grant for fiscal year '24. And then looking at the expenses for wastewater, 70% of it is capital, which is 3.2 million, and 18% of it is salaries. And then looking at the landfill, so we do have CIP currently happening, which is why the expenses again are higher in fiscal year '23. 1.3 of that, of the 1.9 million, is capital improvement. And so fiscal year '24, our expected revenues is 1.5 million, and expected expenses 1.4. And landfill, all the revenue all comes from charge for services. So the expenses, the 1.4 million in expenses for landfill, 1.2 million is the contract with Boulder Dam Disposal. And capital, that 1.4 or 1% is depreciation. Salaries are the 112,000, that is actually the interfund expense that's going into the admin fund, since we actually have no employees in the landfill. So again, you definitely know this, but utilities are in the process of a rate study, and the revenues will be updated before the final budget presentation, depending on what's decided. So this is very small, but this is the calendar for the rest of the budget year. Here we are at the UAC, going over the utilities budget. April 11th, City Council will be presented the budget again to make changes. I'll file the tentative budget with the state on April 17th. We'll have the joint meeting on, or joint workshop, not joint meeting, on April 26th. And then on May 9th, there'll be discussion at the council meeting for any changes they might want to do after having that workshop. And then the final budget will be determined on May 23rd, and it'll be sent to the state. And I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
One comment that I'd like to make is your schedule, your slideshow here, in order for money to be spent, it must be included in the budget, okay? You approve the budget, and then at multiple times through the year, you adjust the budget.
Council adjusts the budget.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, but I mean, the city does. So we can spend whatever we want to by adjusting the budget. That's the way this is just my personal look at what's going on.
The council has the ability throughout the year to make an augmentation. And utilities are different than the general fund, and they could change the budget.
Yeah, the utilities are a business, the business for the city. The other thing is that I looked at through the end of February of how much was actually spent on capital, okay? In the utility departments only, okay? Budgeted was almost $30 million, and you've spent 5.9. So 2% of the budget has been spent in 8 months. I just don't see how these numbers make any sense. When you budget all this money, you can change the budget, and then you don't spend it, and you say it's gonna go forward into next year. And I understand some of it is what's the words I wanna say? It's there, and it can't be used for anything else. But I'm just finding this all very confusing, I'm sorry.
So the reason we have to do our budget is to ensure, especially with the enterprise fund, is to ensure we have the cash flow to spend in case we need to spend it. So capital, especially the last couple of years, has been behind due to many issues, mostly supply chain.
Right.
And there is a lot of, what you don't see there, because you're only seeing actual expenses, is what's encumbered. There's going to be a lot of money leaving quickly, like once projects,
If we get them done. Yeah.
the projects are definitely moving with way more momentum in February and March than they have in the past. So looking at approving all AP, I guarantee you the CIP projects are definitely moving.
Well, that's good. Okay, thank you.
Anybody else?
No.
Okay, so what I've done, and Angela, I don't know if you got a copy of the spreadsheets that I created. I don't know if I've got, unfortunately, with everything around here, I've got an extra copy. I just need to get my copy, sorry. I don't, so we're extremely short on time, so I won't take up a whole lot of time. The reason I did this was I was hoping it'd be easier for the committee to understand how things are, how the breakout is. And Raftillis, actually, part of this format is what Raftillis had in the past. So it's this one right here. So I'm sorry, let me point out, so this is what I handed out earlier. It's 6 sheets, page 1 through 6, and it says page 1 LK. And then what it is, it's budget year 23, budget year 24, and actuals for 21 and 22, and then for electric, and then water for the same thing. So what I did is I said, okay, I looked at the Munis documentation, which was in the SharePoint from, you had said, I think we'd had some from different things, but there is a copy in the SharePoint from Raftillis that has the Munis data that goes back through the years. So I took that data and put that in as the budget and the actuals. I then did my best to understand the ClearGov, and that's where things get a little problematic, especially in the future, 24 going on forward. And then I took the Raftillis study. And so that, I was just trying to show the information as we go forward. And so I think having the charges broken out as we can, or the revenues, and then the expenses broken out a little bit more, so we can sort of see what's going up in the future. The ClearGov has two major components that, if not, that are, I see as problematic. So I apologize if I sound critical. It seems to be hard to follow. And so, for instance, now, from what I'm understanding, you broke out the utility fund for us, but that will not be broken out for the public.
It won't. There's a comment in there, if you go to the slide, like the page before it, that says salaries increased in fiscal year '24 because now the inter-fund expense is being shown in salaries, which is the admin fund. So there's a note there, but there's not showing, like breaking out the percentages and showing what that is.
Now, are you going to continue to have the admin fund breakout in the ClearGov, or is that going to go away too?
How you see it right now is how it plans to go in the future. So the admin fund will still be there. It'll have a 0 revenue and 0 expense balance. And the reason for that is because when we were doing the transfers in from the 4 utilities to the admin fund, it was making the revenues look higher than they are and the expenses look higher than they are. So the admin fund was when you combined all 5 together. So when you look at, even though the 4 utilities were paying the expense in the admin fund, when you combine them together with that transfers out, that transfer into the admin fund looked like a revenue. And so,
Yeah, that part I'm totally aware of, because that's what happened last year, because you had 2 different numbers in the budget. One was included the revenue utility as a revenue, and one did not, the admin fund. But the expenses, okay, if you zero it out, as long as we can see it, so maybe so we don't have time to discuss it in detail. the revenue I can totally understand, and I guess it depends on how you add them together. When you add it to 5, I understand. But you should show that the projects are paying for the admin. If you put if you put the admin into salary, that little note isn't going to help many people to understand that that's showing the 3 different So what I've done in my spreadsheet is, and this is what Raftillus did, is they took the admin, you got so on the first page, on the left-hand side, you'll see Fund 60, UT admin billing, then UT admin all other, and this is what Raftillus did, and then general fund. So now this is a clear breakout, and then if we're going to try to understand what the cost for billing and stuff, this helps us understand. Now, so I guess in the utility, in the ClearGov, I think you still have it broken out, but it's confusing because you minus things and stuff like that, so the costs are very confusing. And one of the things in there is that you have a credit card, you have a purchase. I don't have it on here, but it's a purchase service or something, I think. So it's $150,000 for billing. And last year it was $250,000, and we were told it was because to cover the credit card, people using the credit card to pay their bill.
There's a service fee inside utility billing for.
Right. So why are all the utility ratepayers paying for somebody else to use a credit card?
That is only when you pay your bill for your utilities. All our payments are separated. That's only the cost for utility billing. The city pays their own service fee for.
No, I understand,
yeah.
only utility billing, but it's only people using a credit card. If somebody doesn't use a credit card, then I'm paying for somebody else to use their credit card.
That is a council decision. So that is an option, and it's been presented, and it's been previously presented that it's not something we want to look into, that we would not want to force the cost on to the customer.
Well, maybe we can bring it up on the 26th, so the workshop might not be a bad idea. Because it's just one thing, right? Some of these things might seem picky and same thing, but $150,000, I'm just, everything we can do to reduce the rate. That would reduce the electric rate by $75,000. So it's not a whole lot, but it's something. And so, and that was the nice thing. I understand that you readjusted the utility percentages.
I did.
And I appreciate that. We've talked about that over the years. So now it's at 50% for electrical, 37% for water, 10% for sewer, and 3% for landfill, just so the committee understands. So I think that's a fairer aspect to look at, and it will also help the utility rate. So these are things that I'm trying to track this, and this ClearGov does not allow me to track the information and to understand it. So even if I could get this once a year into a point similar to the spreadsheet that I'm showing, I guess I can pull it out of Munis, but I can't pull it out of ClearGov. So I don't know, if we're letting
The ClearGov is a document for the whole public. Would not want to put so much detail in it that it would confuse people that are just going to want high-level information. But we have like the executive summary, we have other avenues.
Okay.
And the city manager's report.
We
things
just
like
need
that.
to have sometimes, and probably more than once a year, the executive summary comes out, is not even out yet. So you're going to bring it out at the last possible point. How do I
The executive
review, or
summary
how
will be available at the next council meeting. But it will definitely be updated because depending on what happens with the rate study, it's going to change.
Okay, I'm just, some of these things are really confusing. So if the committee has time, then you can sort of look at what we were handed out. You can look at the documents that I've created. And again, not trying to be arrogant about it, I'm just trying to say that this, to me, looks like an easier way to look at it. I've got it in one sheet compared to looking through several sheets. And so you can't do that for the public, I understand. But if there's a way that the committee, we're trying to advise the council, the better more information we have, the better we can advise them. If we have to sort through them, and if they have to sort through, last year it was like 500 pages, and this year it was I can't remember how many pages it is to sort through. And with the way the ClearGov goes, your header gets cut off. When you're on the screen, you're going back and forth trying to make sure you're in the right spot. And are you actually looking at electrical, or you're looking at water, because the way the headers are, it's highly confusing. It's very time confusing.
It's meant to be a digital budget book, so if you look at the link online, it's much easier to read.
but I don't believe we have ClearGov, that we have access to that
Yes,
full portion
it's
in ClearGov.
available on, yes, it's in the finance. You know what, I don't think I put a link in my staff report for the utilities, but it is available right now on the oh my gosh, I can't think, it's on the City of Boulder City website under finance, under budgets, and it's our digital budget book. So where it is right now is available right now.
I'll look at it again. Last time I looked, all it was utilities. It didn't go any, the access that I was able to see only showed the admin fund. It did not show anything else. And it definitely did not show this level.
Okay.
So I need to check.
Were you
check
using
some-
the
maybe I-
header, like you were clicking and there was no options for you to?
yeah, maybe I misunderstood the
Okay.
headers. But when I went to utilities, so it went to the department and utilities, all that came up was the admin fund, nothing else.
I think you had to scroll down a little bit. I think the admin fund comes up first, but it's really long, and I think the other four are hiding a little bit. If you just keep going down the list, because they're the very last four.
Okay,
Like,
so I
like, go down
appreciate
with
it.
your
But
mouse.
again, if you're asking, it's asking a lot because the program is not written well. That we're being limited by a program is pretty sad. So we don't have, I'm sorry, I don't mean to get out of here, go carried away.
Okay, wait a minute. I also would like, this seems like a good time to say this, but for some of us who would like to understand how the programs work for the city, would it be possible at some point where we could get together and you could teach us how to do this?
How to use ClearGov
Yeah, or how to use any of the.
or Socrata?
Yeah, right.
We could do a workshop or something where people could come and we could train them how to. We
Okay.
can look into that.
Well, I would appreciate it. The other thing, previously, I didn't mean to be yelling at you or whatever. I apologize. At the end of February, the reports that are for the cash equivalents, we now do have the utilities broken out, and thank you for doing that. Because before, they lumped them all together and we had no idea. So some things are definitely getting better, and we do appreciate the work that you're doing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Marty. And again, if I probably did raise my voice too, and I apologize. So there's just, I think a lot of us are, especially myself, get passionate about something, and I can be tenacious on certain issues that I think could be modified. So I'm not trying to discredit you or anything, so I apologize if it came across wrong. I'm just trying to do what's best for the citizens and trying to get the committee to understand what it's taken me literally weeks to gather. So anyway, I guess, any other comments? Yep, got to move on. So, thank you very much, Angela, appreciate it.
Thank you.
We will close, item number 4, and I guess, Joe, we are, I apologize for.
So as far as like any action on that item, any advisement from the committee, there's no action, is that how I understand it?
With the information that we have, I'm not sure that I have a motion. Does anybody have a motion? Then I don't think there's much for us to make a motion on.
Okay.
Thank you, though.
I just want to make sure I understood that.
No, I appreciate it. So we have, theoretically, we have 20 minutes, and we have item 3, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Joe, what do you want, what would you like to do? Some of these things we could either put off or what?
I think we'll have, the capital improvement project, we'll go through that, and then I should be able to go through the rest of the items pretty quickly.
Okay,
All right, thank you.
so we're going to go to item number 3 then.
Good afternoon, everybody. Just very quick status on progress on some of our CIP, including the pictures that I just handed out. Those are literally from earlier today. So I have 2 sewer system related projects, wastewater projects, 1 landfill, and then 1 electric to mention very briefly. Number 1, we saw that video of the Foothill Drive sewer damage last meeting. We do have an acceptable bid and quote from a contractor, and it's going to City Council at the April 25th meeting for approval, so we can give a notice to proceed to get that repaired. Any questions on that? Okay, good. So that sewer line should be repaired over the summer, at the very least.
I guess the one thing the repair line, you were saying, there was evidently something out about the slip lining that has some hazards, and you were confirming that it was not the slip lining that you were using, and it is a safer aspect.
Yes, so the concern that you were mentioning, we probably need to understand what you were referring to, but we're not doing that method anyway.
Okay, that's what I was just clarifying. So it was brought up, and that way at least it's out in the public that it was considered, but it's not the slip lining. There was an article that showed hazards with it, and so as long as we're not doing that, then we've done our due diligence to
Yeah.
to at least question.
They're just replacing the sewer line, is that what they're doing?
So the three basic main ways of repairing a sewer like that would be a total excavation, trench and everything, and we got a quote for $1 million to do that. Then there is the slip lining that you mentioned, which would be more appropriate for a section of pipe that wasn't quite as damaged. So we're not doing that because the cost of renovating the pipe enough to even be able to do slip lining winds up being a pretty similar cost to the option that we did pick, which is something called pipe bursting, where you literally underground pull a pipe through the damaged pipe, and the conditions are such that the new pipe can just break right through and replace the existing pipe in place. And it really minimizes excavation, brings the cost down.
That's good.
Thank you. Sorry, just doing my due diligence. Thank you.
Yeah. The other wastewater system related item is our progress at the wastewater treatment plant and the headworks equipment replacement. That is the Hydrodyne screen that we talked about last time. We have a consultant, Brown and Caldwell, who's helping us with that project, who is making sure that that machine will work and how to install it properly. So they're preparing all the design and construction documents they will need to properly put that machine in. And so they are coordinating with Hydrodyne directly, and they have been for the past several weeks. So that's progressing. Third item, let's move to the landfill, and that's some of the pictures that I handed out. As we know, our landfill footprint is a huge area, of which our actual operational area is a small part within. So we are strategically expanding into the unused areas of our landfill footprint. We're trying to do that in a way that makes sense for containing the operations, especially with the debris fence, or the fence that is a requirement to be installed around the operational area. And so over the decades, as the landfill will expand, that fence will gradually move out till it eventually covers the entire property area. So we're right in the midst of a fence expansion into an area that will add the next few years of operation to the landfill. And we had the health department take a look. We were right in the middle of making some changes to the fence, and they did an inspection, and we had a notice of violation. Well, now we've got that fence properly put in, and so those are pictures from today. So we're in good shape at the landfill. And then our last item is the other set of pictures that I gave you. Feeder 63. So this is basically from Avenue I over to Substation 3 at the end of Adams. And that project has been mobilized its entire length. There's conduit out staged of the entire route all the way to Substation 3, and excavation is already happening. They've got along Wyoming. They're putting in vaults right now. That's the one active construction picture. And then going around the corner to River Mountain Road, they've got the vaults in already. And then they're putting them in. The one picture at Avenue I shows the vaults already completed. So good progress, and so that's still on schedule for completion this summer. So those are the main highlights to mention for this meeting.
Thank you.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Any comments? Nope. Okay, so we'll close out number 3 and go. So Joe, we have again 5, 6, 7, and 8. We have 15 minutes. Do you want to skip one or try to go through each one very fast?
I think I can go through. We'll start on item 5. So to just give you guys an update on water and power consumption. So Boulder City continued to lead the way amongst the purveyor members in conservation, and you could see that in your staff report. The power consumption was seasonal in its effect. The one thing to note that we have noticed in both December and January, that what we're seeing is this trend in, hydro not meeting our intended capacity and our load being higher than what we anticipate. So for this fiscal year, we are looking at about $3 million over than what we had budgeted for in the Silver State Energy account. So we're working with them on how to address that. We've got the rate stabilization fund of $1 million. That doesn't cover the full $3 million. So we're working with them on other avenues that have ways that we could get through that. So we're continuing to see conservation and should expect to see that water moving forward. Did you have a question, Chairman?
I thought there was another fund that was available to offset the energy costs.
Yeah, there is, and that's something that we are working with Silver State on, seeing if we can tap into that.
Okay, and just remember, because that's the thing that was confusing with Raftulus is that we have the full $3 million can be used for either electric or water. So we have the full $3 million if we had to.
Okay.
So that's why when they break it out, it makes it confusing and unclear. So that's one of the reasons I've been
So
harping
$3
on
million
that.
in the rate stabilization fund
Yes,
could be okay.
yes, it's not broken out. It's either fund can use it, either water or electric can use it. They would want it replaced, but either utility can use it.
We'll be meeting with Silver State early next week to go over that.
Okay, yeah, because I was understanding it wasn't going to be a rate issue because we had other funds, but if it's going to be a rate issue, it's very problematic.
So I had a question on the, we actually ended up using more power the city uses more power than we anticipated?
That's correct.
And so we didn't have enough, we had our Hoover, but then we had to buy more from Silver State
From the market.
And the costs on that are just keep going up, is that right?
Yeah, so it's two things. We ended up using more power than we anticipated, and the available hydro that we anticipated using wasn't available.
Okay, it wasn't
So,
available, so
yeah,
they've
and
actually started curtailing some of that then, so.
It's not that they have started curtailing that. It's that, for us to use the hydro, water has to be delivered.
Yeah,
So if water is not being delivered, then we're not getting hydro.
okay. Yeah, it's a different world than when I was there, so.
Can I ask a question? The amount of that we pay Silver State for the power is not necessarily what the bill would be for the amount that we used. Is that correct?
No, it is, and it has been.
Okay. All right, I thought I read somewhere, understood that that it's not, we're not paying for the actual kilowatt hours that we've used.
We pay for the budgeted amount, and that's, historically, that's balanced out.
Okay, but the budgeted amount isn't not necessarily the actual amount that we used.
No, it is not the actual amount that we use. There's a monthly deviation report, and as I was mentioning, we are off. In December, we were off by 20%. Mm-hmm. In January, we were off by double-digit percentage as well. And that's because we are using more load than what was forecasted, mm-hmm. and the hydro load the hydro generation that we anticipated utilizing is less than what we anticipated.
Okay, thanks.
I think but I think to help with the rate process and the budgeting process is to make sure I'm understanding properly and make sure the committee is understanding properly. energy is paid for in a estimated budget amount. And so it's paid for what's been budgeted for the whole year. And we pay on monthly what they budgeted for a year, not, it's not adjusted during the year, if I understand correctly.
Historically, that's been the case.
Okay, and again, I'm not trying to be, I'm just saying, so we understand. So that's, so we're not paying based on actual. Their water, though, we're paying for what we used the month previous.
Correct.
Okay, so it is different, so that's where a lot of us get confused.
Yeah,
So
we
we're
pay
just
an
trying to
acre-foot charge. In Silver State, we pay a budgeted amount. So
Right,
the
right.
issue that we've got with the last 3 months of this fiscal year is that we're $3 million over the budget.
Okay, so,
So the budget amount of just over $7 million, I mean, that's a large amount to be realized. If there wasn't this brokerage account, then, you know, we would need to recover that cost with the rate stabilization fund.
Well, also, we're selling more energy too, because we're buying more, we're selling more, so we should have revenues coming in that would cover some of that from our utility funds. I mean, the utility revenues that are, when the bills that come in.
no, because we're not charging the full amount. We're charging based
Yeah,
on.
but
the-
we're selling that energy to the public, and we're getting paid for that energy, so.
You gotta remember, the rates that we're charging are not recovering the cost. That's why we're having the rate study.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, well, that makes sense. All right.
Yeah. Okay, so if there's any other questions on the power and water consumption? All right, so, you know, just to real quickly touch on the turf removal, that's gonna be at the next council, the interlocal agreement with SNWA to cover all the turf that we've identified in parks, golf courses, that, you know, we could, kind of low-hanging fruit that we could utilize for that interlocal agreement.
So is that in the council packet for this coming Tuesday?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And then on item 6, you know, an update, we had a town hall yesterday with wastewater options. It was well attended, had 55 people in attendance. A lot of good questions were asked. Moving forward with SNWA, they're working with a consultant. They're waiting to get a scope and feedback for services rendered. And what they're looking to do is to have that at either the May, hopefully, the May board meeting for approval by the SNWA board to move forward with the feasibility study. If not by May, would be July.
Is that for the injection of the water back into the water table? Is that what they're gonna be
That's
doing?
studying the feasibility of the 2 reuse
Oh, the two,
options,
okay,
the
all right.
direct reuse back on fully consumptive use for irrigation, and then the recharge well, which would basically turn indoor water use into non-consumptive
So,
use.
did you get an indication from your meeting about where people want to go with that? Which option of the two?
Initially, there was about a 50-50 split, but I think as the meeting went on, I think there was more folks that seemed to be more in favor of the non-consumptive use. And that's, you know, recycling the water more than one time instead of just the one time for irrigation.
Well, I think we make sure the committee that weren't available at the meeting to understand that there was a big change in this meeting that hadn't been presented before. And that was that, I guess, I don't know if the SNWA has gone to their board or that SNWA assumes what their board's going to go with. But now for the recycling aspect, which is option 2, they will only pay 26 million and they will not pay any more. So at this point, city would be at liberty to pay above $6 million. If they go with the injection well, the SNWA says at this point they will pay 100% of the capital costs. So I think that was sort of leaning the citizens a little bit different also, as that was news to me also. So that's just, I want to make sure the committee understands.
So we would have to pay operating costs.
No, we have to pay operating costs, but the change is that they're gonna charge us, so before it was like they thought they could go to and collect the whole $32 million. Now they're saying since it's recycling and they can't get credits, so if they get credits for the water through the injection, they'll pay 100% of the capital, just the upfront capital. If they only recycle it, we only recycle the water, use it within Boulder City, then they will only pay 26 million, and anything above 26 million of the original capital has to be paid by Boulder City.
Yeah, and that was mentioned during SWA's last presentation, so if that wasn't clarified, my apologies, that 26 million that was originally budgeted in their plan, they're willing to pay up to that amount for the direct reuse. The reason why they're willing to go beyond that is if it's non-consumptive use, it could be used more than that, just one time.
But if the money is recharged, if the water is recharged back into the aquifer, that puts more, basically Boulder City could benefit from that, but by the same token, we're still only using about 2/3 of the water that's available to us. So is that gonna be a factor in that as well?
Is what going to be a factor?
Okay, the fact that if we're only using 2/3 of the water that's available to us, and there's 1/3 of it that's basically going to them, if the water's put back in the ground, we have access to that water, but will we ever really use it if we're gonna be paying the operating cost to put it back in the ground?
Well, it's not necessarily that 1/3 is going back to them. We have a certain allocation that we haven't reached that amount.
Right.
And they have not limited our allocation based on return flow credits. So the authority hasn't limited anyone's allocation and had to.
They could pull that back if they wanted to.
They could.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is it a change that SNWA is now saying that they would pay for the $26 million? When the last presentation, when the representative from SNWA was here, I got the impression that they hadn't committed to paying that much money. Is that new?
They hadn't committed. Their board hasn't committed. They budgeted $26 million 3 years ago.
Okay.
And so they had that money budgeted. And they didn't spend that money.
Right.
But they're willing to pay for whatever capital costs are needed for an indirect reuse project that will get return flow credits.
Okay, I guess I just didn't understand that before. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Hey, Joe,
Yes.
one last thing.
Yes.
I thought, going back to when SNWA was here, one of the thoughts was where we're discharging now could actually have been credited. Like it did eventually make it back to the river somehow. I thought that was you, Greg, that mentioned that. I'm not sure.
That's something we would have to explore potentially with outside counsel, with some kind of water law. But it's something that, we're not looking at in depth at this time. But
Just really quick, I know you're short on time, but that is a proven fact that the water is going back into the Colorado River, not Lake Mead. The return use credits would not be given to SNWA through the state of Nevada if it goes below the dam. It goes to the Colorado River project or Colorado River as a credit. That was the big problem with that in El Dorado Valley. So we're not you've got to get going, but we don't have a lot of time, but that's some of the things that I've been studying in the background. So I've got the article, I've got the documentation, and I've got the legal authority that shows how it's flowing and where it's going. So that's what we're doing right now. That's how that water's getting back to the Colorado River right now.
we'll certainly, have conversations with them
Yeah.
on that point. Any other questions on SNWA options for recycling our treated effluent water?
No.
Okay, so moving on to item 7, for possible action, discussion of the interlocal agreement between the City of Boulder City and the Colorado River Commission. This is on the agenda for the Colorado River Commission and the City Council agenda for the April 11th meeting. And so this has been a lot of work, a lot of effort on both parties. I think we're at a really good place. What this will do is this will save the city significant cost in versus going out to a private entity with like a CMAR type project. And this is good work for CRC. It will expand our existing partnership. We've got a current mutual aid agreement, and so what this interlocal agreement will do, it's a not-to-exceed amount, $4.5 million for complete rebuild of Substation 3. And we're hopeful that this will allow us to move forward into future substation rebuilds that we've got planned in the capital improvement program. So if you guys have any specific questions, I can answer any.
Are they looking at is it a design that they're that they use down there, are they looking at our stations and going to try to design something similar to what we already have?
So they've got kind of like a standard design that they've used. So we're going to review that, and then what we would look to do is kind of employ something that's similar, that's similar to their standard design, but that meets ours, and we would have a standard substation design.
That would be good. So hopefully we have the same kind of a SCADA system and the same kind of reclosers and all that stuff would be similar to what we already have in plant.
Right.
Yeah, that'd be good.
And now, I guess there was the last thing is, and I think we have a little bit of time, but if any of the equipment is of still use, that would be used. It doesn't have to be brand new for this project. Is that correct?
No, for this project, all the equipment will be brand new. The ironclad switchgear is in really bad shape. It's the worst identified on the electrical assessment report from
Okay.
2012,
Well,
and the transformers need to be upsized. So everything is going to be brand new.
Okay, because I misunderstood. I thought there was some stuff with the 69 kV upgrade that was possibly put in, so I didn't know if something was newer with that 69 upgrade.
The structures are new, so we won't be replacing any structures. So what we're going to do is utilize the new structures and lines, and we won't have to put in any new poles for the
Okay.
rebuild.
Okay,
The station's 45 years old.
I understand. I misunderstood, so thank you. Okay, so is that, any other questions on CRC? Okay, so we'll close out number 7, go to number 8, and
I need to run.
I think everybody needs to run. So Joe and I, do you want to just, you and I will, does everybody, we'll just try to do something similar to this? Joe and I can work out a agenda for next time?
Yeah, but I would request that we have less items. Because we have some real difficult things and decisions to discuss on the next meeting, and I do believe we need less items and more time for the items we have to discuss.
Okay. And just remind everybody that it's the joint meeting here at 1 o'clock, correct, Joe?
So it'll be, the next one is the joint workshop, April
Okay.
26th at 1 PM.
At 1 PM. And that's
Yeah.
still not on the calendar, to my understanding.
We'll make sure it gets on the calendar.
Okay, so, and we only have till 4 o'clock on that meeting, because we have the historic committee comes in at 5 after us on that one.
Okay.
So 3 hours should be enough if just we have the one topic, but as you saw today, it might be tight. So, yeah, because we'll have the budget. And was there anything else, though, really quickly, is there anybody else that thinks that is special for May 3rd? Anything special that somebody wants to go forward? Okay. Okay, then we'll work with that. So we'll close number 8. And Joe, did you want to, if you needed to leave, we could possibly come up with comments without you if somebody were to do it, or, so I'll do that. If it gets lengthy, then if you have to leave, I understand.
Okay.
So, you do too, okay. Thanks, everybody, for everybody's time until I get to it. I greatly appreciate everybody's patience and time and input. Okay, so we will close out the regular agenda and go to the last public comment period. So if you want to, then again, Josh, there was nothing for that at all. Okay, so we'll go to the phone lines, and it's 702-589-9629. One more time, the phone number, okay, I guess, yeah, the phone number is 702-589-9629. And I'll just give it about 30 seconds. Okay, so we're gonna call that good. So we'll adjourn at 5:06. And again, thank you, everybody, for your patience and cooperation and discussion. Thanks.
Good job, Larry.